Welcome to TELUS Cloud Conferencing. Enter your access. Enter your attendee ID number, followed.
afternoon. I will call the reconvened meeting of the Standing Committee on City Finances and Services back to order. This meeting will be convened by electronic means as authorized under the order of the Minister of Public Safety and Solicitor General of the Province of British Columbia, Emergency Program Act, updated ministerial order number M192. As such, council members are participating by phone, and as chair of this meeting, I am also participating by phone. Please note, if my connection is lost during any portion of this meeting, we will recess the meeting until my connection is restored. If council loses connection during the voting process, we have staff on hand to facilitate getting you back online quickly while we suspend the voting process. The contact information has been circulated to all of you. Council is also reminded that we need to ensure there is quorum during the meeting, so please make sure your video is on. The live stream of this meeting will continue with audio only as council are participating in the meeting by phone. Presentations, amendments, and vote results will be projected to viewers when available. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations. We thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver's staff, who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart?
Present.
Councillor Carr?
Here.
Councillor Dejanova is in the chair. Councillor Fry?
Here.
Councillor Swanson?
Here.
Councillor Hardwick?
Present.
Councillor Wiebe?
Present.
Councillor Boyle?
Present.
Councillor Dominato?
Here.
Councillor Bly?
Present.
And Councillor Kubian?
Present.
You have quorum, Chair Dejanova.
Thanks very much. I'd like to start by going over the plan for the day. Speakers should follow along on Twitter at VanCityClerk for updates on the progress of the meeting so they don't miss their turn to speak. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be tweeted out on @VanCityClerk. We have 5 items of business on today's agenda. Debate and decision for item 2, Granville Bridge Connector and Drake Street improvements, as we've all completed questions to staff at the last meeting. We have 4 members' motions referred from the council meeting on September 15th to Standing Committee on City Finance and Services meeting that took place on September the 16th to hear from speakers, and subsequently, due to time constraints, these motions have been referred to today. Following the last speaker on each speaker's list, I will go over the list again to check for those who were not present earlier. So if you've missed your opportunity to speak and we're still hearing from speakers on that item, I will call for you again. We will recess for dinner at 5 p.m. and reconvene the Standing Committee meeting at 6 p.m. And should the business not be completed at today's meeting, the remaining items would be referred to a date in the future. And I'll ask the clerk later on in the meeting to perhaps let us know, council, when that might be. But fingers crossed, we might be able to get through the items tonight. A reminder that when presentations are being streamed, the public live feed has a slight delay, so it will be a little bit behind. And I just ask everyone to mute. I just hear some background noise, if possible, when you're not speaking. We will now continue on item 2, Granville Bridge Connector and Drake Street improvements. On September 16th, Juan Leclerc, General Manager, Engineering Services, and Paul Storer, Director of Transportation Engineering Services, presented on this item and responded to questions. And then we heard from speakers. Would anyone like to move a motion, or do we have any discussion on this? And I see Councillor Boyle that you are on the queue. Councillor Boyle, are you on the queue for this matter?
Yes, I am, Chair DeGenova, and I would be happy to move the recommendations as outlined in the staff report.
I'll move us to the main queue if you don't mind there, Councillor Boyle, and I'm just going to put you back on. And
okay.
I will start your timer now.
Sure. So I am very happy to support this project. I think it's a critical plan, and am very impressed with the work that's gone into incorporating feedback from the public and adapting designs to bring us the plan that we see before us. I, of course, wish that we were not looking at phasing it out, but we're able to move the whole thing forward. And in particular, just want to name that I think it's important that we look at accessibility along both sides of the bridge. The fact that this bridge is not accessible for residents who are in wheelchairs or mobility devices, I think is a significant gap in our transportation infrastructure that we can't ignore, particularly as we try to encourage more non-car transportation around the city. So I'm happy to support this for all of those reasons. I also circulated an amendment to council just a few moments ago, which I will read out, which is in addition to the staff recommendation.
Move us to amendment Q, Councillor Boyle there.
Sure, great. Thank you, Chair DiGenova. In addition to staff recommendations, to add a letter D that council directs staff to seek the necessary funding through senior levels of government and or opportunities in the 2019 to 2022 capital plan to incorporate means prevention fencing into the first phase of the project or as soon as possible. So I want this project to move forward as quickly as we're able to, and tried to frame this language so that the next steps weren't dependent on this funding, but I also want to name how critically important it is. We've been hearing a lot about the mental health impacts that the financial strains of COVID are having on residents. And I will just say it is a personal matter for me, having lost two friends well in my 20s who took their own lives jumping off different bridges in our city. So I know that this is important for residents. I know it can be done in a way that is respectful of the view and the architecture of the bridge. And I hope that we can find a way as quickly as possible to incorporate it into the Granville Bridge connector.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Kirby-Young to the amendment moved by Councillor Boyle.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I wonder if I could ask a question of staff through you.
A point of information, it's your time.
A point of information? Yeah, I recall during the presentation that staff stated quite clearly it was their intent to pursue senior levels of government funding, and they mentioned that in the presentation to facilitate components, specifically looking at the means prevention funding. Can I get confirmation on that, please? I thought that had already been covered in the report.
Yeah, hi, Chair, if I might, through the chair.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Yes, that's definitely something that we will be intending to seek. We would be looking for grants or other ways to partner with other levels of government to get the funding for this component.
Okay. Thank you. So seeing that answer, I wonder, Chair DiGenova, if you could advise a ruling as to whether or not this is frivolous, and staff already advised that they would be pursuing this funding.
I would need to take a brief recess and review that. Is there a specific point you're asking if this is out of order? Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you have the point in the procedure bylaw?
I believe it's section 8.4. It says, not my wording, but legal wording 8.4F. Frivolous, I believe is the term referred to.
Okay. Just give me a few moments. I'm going to suggest we take a 5-minute break because I'm not sure if I'm going to need to talk to legal, but I'll be back in just a moment, Council. Thanks. I've just spoken with Law, and I understand. Can everyone hear me here? Are we back yet, Rosemary?
I can hear you.
Oh, great.
Yes, we're
Thank
back
you.
online. Thanks.
So in ruling in ruling on is this out of order under section 8.4 of the procedure bylaw, after receiving advice from legal, I understand that it is not out of order because there is it doesn't explicitly say emphasize. So this would in fact put emphasis on this part of the project. That's my understanding. So it's debatable, but it's not frivolous in that it hasn't been framed in that way. So does that answer your point of order, Councillor Kirby-Yung?
Yes. Can I speak to the amendment now?
Yes.
Great. Thank you.
And my apologies. I should have stopped your timer some time ago. So I'll reset it here for you.
Thank you. Yeah, I have difficulty with this amendment, not because, of course, I don't support means prevention fencing, but because I think the plan that staff outlined clearly indicated that this was a priority, but it could not be done within the available budget that we have in the next, by the end of this capital plan, which is another 2 years, not including 2020, looking at 21 and 22. And it's $20 million projected for means prevention fencing and lighting improvements. Which is more than we're actually talking about in terms of the scale down project that we've had to move forward with in terms of this recommendation that council sees here. We've just cut $250 million, about $250 million from the capital budget off some really critical areas because we simply do not have the anticipated revenues that we expected to have. I am very confident that this is part of the vision. I'm very confident that staff are aware of the importance of it, and that council has signaled that, and they're going to look for alternate funding. But given the fact we've just cut $254 million from our capital plan, I don't see us having the need to do this in the short term. And I think if staff were going to bring forward that what would be $14 million was proposed today, plus another $20 million of $34 million, I'm not sure that this would have been the recommendation that we would receive now. We may have been able to see some more substantive improvements in terms of the actual work to move forward on delineating more walking and rolling and more pedestrian-friendly options and opportunities. So from my perspective, that raises concerns for me, tinkering with the plan at this point, as opposed to committing to the vision, which does include delivering on that means prevention fencing, just not in the next year and a half. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Councillor Hardwick, to the amendment.
Yeah, thinking of this amendment takes me back to the debate over the Burrard Bridge suicide fences back a number of years ago. And the position that was articulated by many mental health professionals that spending money on fencing was not going to be a deterrent if people wanted to end their lives. And we haven't even had that discussion here at all. Notwithstanding the fact that I don't support this Granville connector in the aggregate, I don't support the expenditure, nor do I think that it's appropriate as a non-essential expense during a time where we are having to substantially cut back our capital plan. It just does not add up, either on this amendment or as I will articulate in more detail on the general amendment, so do not support.
Thanks so much, Councillor Hardwick. And Mayor Stewart.
Thanks so much. I support this amendment. Just in my dealings with the police board, I know that the fences we do have in place are saving lives. So I think this is a really important thing. Also, it makes it safer for first responders who put their lives in peril all the time when we have to deal with folks in distress. So I support this amendment and will be voting for it. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Mayor Stewart. And I understand Council, fancy off the queue so you don't lose your time. I actually have a point of information, which would be a question for staff. So I'm going to turn the chair over to Councillor Fry, who's my vice chair, just because we are in debate right now. and I'd like to ask a point of information on this, if possible. So I'll just ask the clerk to maybe take over on the controls and time me properly, and I'll just wait until I see that I'm up on the queue there. Thanks so much. Am I okay to ask a point of information of staff, Vice Chair Fry?
Please do.
Thanks. I was wondering if staff had any information that they could share with us. I didn't specifically see this in the report, but apologies if I missed it, as to any type of numbers we had to compare on the Burrard Street Bridge, like for instance, when the fencing went up to when the fencing didn't. And I was hoping not to have to ask too many questions about this item, because I know that it can be difficult for some people and quite triggering for people who have before or are struggling with mental health challenges and, either have attempted suicide or have considered suicide. So I'm trying to be very sensitive here, but just looking to see if we had any stats as to the Burrard Street Bridge.
If I might, through the chair, I believe there's in the report itself, there's in the appendix, there's a letter from Vancouver Coastal Health that outlines this issue, but maybe I'll ask the General Manager of Engineering to directly address your question, Councillor.
Thank you.
Yes, Juan LaFleur here. Actually, Paul Storr is on the line too. Paul, do you have background information on that topic?
So we don't have very detailed info. We have had conversations around what's happened on Burrard Bridge, and we know that the incidences that police and other first responders have responded to have dropped very significantly. So we know they've had a positive effect.
Okay, thanks so much.
That's it for your questions?
Yep, that's it for my questions.
Okay. Cheers, back to you.
Thanks so much.
Chair DeGenova?
And I don't debate. I don't debate in this. It was just, yes. Yes,
Can I
Madam
just
Clerk?
do an audio check with the mayor, please?
Of course.
Mayor Stewart, are you on the line? Can we do a quick check?
Sure, I'm on the line. Is that better?
That's a little bit better. Still faint, but it's better than before.
Strange.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm hoping the clerk will let us know if we need to. Will you let us know, Madam Clerk, if you need a recess to check out Mayor Stewart's audio?
Yes, we'll let you know. You can go ahead. Thank you.
Great. Thanks so much. Seeing no one else on the queue to speak to this amendment, I'm going to call the vote on this. So please vote on screen. And Councillor Dominato and Councillor Bly, if I could ask you to vote. Councillor Dominato, just waiting. Do you need a vote assist, Councillor?
Yeah, sorry, Madam Chair. I do need a vote assist in favor. Thank you.
In favor? Okay. Thanks, Madam Clerk. And that passes with only one in opposition, Councillor Hardwick. Now we're back to the motion as amended. And Councillor Boyle, did you have anything further?
Yes, thanks. I just wanted to, I'll thank Council for supporting that amendment as it does mean a lot to me. And I want to reiterate when I said in the introduction, when I spoke about phasing this out, what I intended to say was that, of course, I wish that we were able to do the full project right now, but instead, we're doing it in phases, and I appreciate that staff have laid that out so well. I think it's critically important. This bridge is a central piece of our transportation infrastructure, and right now it is unsafe to use to cross for basically anyone who isn't in a car. That's not equitable, and that's not the direction that we need our transportation network to be moving in, both in terms of climate, but also in terms of allowing people to get around the city more quickly and more easily. And so think this is an important project on all of those fronts, and I am very happy to support it moving forward as quickly as we can move it forward. That's all for me, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. And Councillor Swanson, to the amended motion.
Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah, okay. Through you, Chair, could I ask a point of order or a point of information to staff?
Sure, it's your time. Go ahead. If it's not an appropriate question, I'll let you know, but please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get this clear in my brain. If we support this, does that eliminate options for the Cloverleaf Park? Could we still have a park there? Could we put social housing there?
And I'll ask Mr. Johnson, the city manager, to either answer or direct your question to the appropriate staff.
Yeah, thanks. Happy to jump in, Chair. Yeah, this was discussed during the staff questions earlier, and I think is addressed in the report. That area, that particular land that you're talking about, would not be, the future of that would not be determined by the decision today. That land would be part of the Broadway planning process and would be discussed and mapped out, whether it's for social housing or rental housing or to be kept as green space. Those would be discussions and issues that would be handled through the Broadway planning process, not through today's discussion and decision.
Okay, I just wanted to make that clear because a lot of people don't seem to think that's true. So if it's true, that's good.
Okay, and is that all, Councillor Swanson?
Yep.
Okay. Councillor Hardwick, to the motion as amended.
Is this our final summing up, Madam Chair?
Unless there's further amendments, yes.
I see others on the queue, and I'm not planning another amendment. I'm just going to speak to the final motion. So
up to you if you want to do that now or go on later.
I'll take myself off for now, if you would, and I'll come back on later. Thank you.
Councillor Dominato, to the motion as amended.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and I'm just sending in a proposed amendment to the recommendations. And it's coming through right now. Thank you. So just in follow-up to Councillor Swanson's question, which I think a number of us had raised, is the subject of the Southwest Granville Loops, and I think recognition that while that is part of the Broadway planning process, we've also heard from residents that there's a desire for green space in the area. We also heard through the staff report there's a lack of green space. And even with some efforts to consolidate and add green spaces, one of the things that even the pandemic has taught us that we really need to pay close attention to having green space and public space for public gatherings.
I'm just going to move us to amendment Q there. And just one moment, Councillor Swanson. I'm not sure if that's a holdover. I'm going to add you there, Councillor Dominato, and please add yourself on if you'd like to speak to this. Sorry if I push you off the queue there, Councillor Swanson. Go ahead, Councillor Dominato.
Yep. So I have sent forward an amendment, and it is to direct staff to prioritize the Southwest Granville Loop for public green space. And again, that is to be responsive to, we've heard concerns about a lack of green space in the neighborhood, and that generally speaking, we need to be making sure that it is a priority, not only just from the neighborhood, but across the city. And that I recognize it will be seeking public input and consultation through the Broadway plan, but I think also for the council to signal the importance of this.
Okay, and I don't see any, Councillor Swanson, to the amendment?
Yeah, well, I think it's good to have green space as an option. I think we could also have an option for social housing, for example. So I don't want the options to be restricted by an amendment like this.
Okay. Is that all you have to say to the amendment?
Yes.
Okay. Mayor Stewart. Mayor Stewart, are you there? I'll stop your timer till I hear you. Madam Clerk, are we having trouble connecting there with Mayor Stewart?
He's not muted, so I'm just wondering if he may be having some audio issues on his side. Mayor Stewart, can you
Okay.
hear us okay?
I think what we'll do,
Can you hear me now?
oh, now we can. I was just going to suggest a recess, but we can hear you now. Go ahead, Mayor Stewart.
Mayor Stewart, can you hear us?
I think we've lost him again. I'm going to suggest, Madam Clerk, how long would you suggest it would take for us to get in contact with Mayor Stewart?
Can you hear me now?
We can, very faintly.
Oh, that's weird. I'm having a real problem with my microphone. My headset may have got a flaw in it.
Okay. Maybe can councillors, the rest of the councillors can hear Mayor Stewart? Are you guys able to hear him?
Yep.
I can.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, maybe it's just the
Okay.
volume in the chamber. So if you're okay, Chairman DeGenova, we can continue.
Fine. Yep, just wanted to make sure everyone had the opportunity to participate. Mayor Stewart, did you want to speak to this? I'll start your time now.
Thanks. Just at a point of information to staff, I'm just wondering, is this something that's been thought about before, or is it something that's kind of new for council to consider regarding this particular portion of the bridge?
Okay, and I'll ask the city manager if he wants to answer that or direct that over to staff.
Yeah, thanks. Mr. Mayor, during the consultation, we have definitely been hearing from the public a variety of interests, as has just been articulated by councillors. So that was why we had thought that this discussion needed further consultation and engagement with the public before staff made a recommendation as to what priority would be placed on the future of this land. So at this point, it's certainly been something that's been discussed, but whether it's social housing or rental or green space or other things, at this point, we don't feel like we've had enough consultation to determine that.
Okay. Thanks so much for that.
Is that all, Mr. Stewart?
That's it. Yep. Thank you.
Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you. I'll support this, even though I'm not going to support this overall. All of these decisions are about land and money. And there's no question that the land at the Southwest Granville Loops are being eyed up for a variety of different uses. I know that the people in the area are very protective of what remaining green space is down there. And for that reason, I will try and help protect it. So I'll support.
Thanks so much. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate this amendment because I think in reviewing this in the COVID context, it's become so apparent how critical and fundamental our green space is. And as we're densifying rapidly in the city, we are not maintaining, I believe, the same standard of livability in terms of the ratio of green space to residents. And I think that's actually shrinking, and we're having a loss of green space. And I think that land use are critically important decisions, as is housing. But we do know that we have some very large rental developments anticipated to come on stream, such as Sanok, and lots of discussion around the Jericho lands as well, and other projects that this council has been very supportive of moving forward with rental housing. But I haven't seen the same emphasis and discussion yet on green space, and I think that's critically important. I know that even recently at the UBCM conference last week, there was a reference from one of our federal ministers to the federal government putting more emphasis on urban parks, and I think everybody really recognizing the role that they play in mental health and wellness and livability. And so I think that this is an opportunity for us to look at building complete communities, and there are moments when you want to have that consultation, and I think there's other moments when we simply want to protect and not lose something. So I think the notion of sufficient green space is really fundamental, and I think it can have sort of a great connectivity in terms of the livability that we're looking to add to the city if this connector report passes, as well as the connection to greenways and so all the way up along to Arbutus. So to me, it's part of an overall livable, green and healthy city vision. And so for that reason, I appreciate the spirit of the amendment.
Thanks so much, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, and I also appreciate the spirit of the amendment, and I don't think the process is good governance, quite frankly. I think that this requires a broad look at the need for green space. I know there's already conversation and work underway about a different location of green space in that area, which could be in addition to this. But I would want to make these types of decisions about where we're prioritizing certain green space and housing based on looking at our city and where the least access to green space per resident is and where we're looking at more housing, and be able to make these kind of prioritizing decisions in that way, noting that there are a number of places. Well, I will say the whole city could do with more green space, absolutely. And there are a number of neighborhoods where we know and can measure that there's less access to green space. And those may not be the neighborhoods that can are most mobilizing to advocate on that front. So I want to make sure that we're making these decisions based on where that need is, and absolutely support more green space in every neighborhood. But in terms of where we're putting that priority, I really think we need to do more due diligence than in an amendment without all of the information. So I also support the spirit of the amendment in recognizing the need for more green space everywhere during COVID, but before and after as well, but won't be supporting this specific amendment in particular, because I just don't think that this is the right way to go about deciding on that particular land use.
Thanks so much. Councillor Fry, to the amendment.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm wondering if I can ask a question of the city manager through you.
Point of information? Sure.
Yeah, thank you. Am I to understand that there's already a plan in place for a new park adjacent to this block? And what's the timeline for that new park?
Can we ask you to answer that?
Certainly, yeah, thanks. There is a plan for a park in the immediate vicinity, and I don't know whether it's on the same block or not, but there's definitely, I think it's on 6th, but maybe I'll have the staff that are more familiar with that speak directly to it. Would that be Paul? Are you familiar with the park plans in that immediate area?
So Paul Storer, the park board has been working on developing a park between Fir and Pine and 5th and 6th. And they've assembled most of those properties to make that happen, and they're hoping to move that ahead in the next couple of years, hopefully kind of later this capital plan.
I think it's like a block, maybe a block and a half away, Councillor. It's currently got a pollinator garden in it that was installed. There's some beautiful public art with the large bees and stuff. So yeah, it's about a block, maybe a block and a half away. But that has been a park that we've been collecting the land for a couple decades. It's been a long project.
Okay, thanks for that. Then, Chair, I'm going to submit an amendment to this amendment, if I may.
It's your time.
Sure. So I appreciate the intent behind this amendment, but I do want to not sort of prejudice the ongoing planning processes, and obviously there's a park planning underway. So really sort of supporting the idea of green space, but not to necessarily hamper the future considerations and planning around that's a sizable piece of real estate, obviously, and there's a multitude of other considerations going on as far as rerouting transit, cycling, all those kind of pieces. So the amendment to that amendment is that we prioritize the Southwest Loop to include and support public green space through concurrent planning processes for the area, which I've submitted to the clerk.
We will move to amendment Q number 2 now that I've received that. Anything more to say?
No, I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Maybe if it could get popped up on screen, if that's...
Yep, we're just a few minutes delay behind on the public.
Gotcha. Thanks, Chair.
I'll just make sure that is it up on the chair? Is it up on the screen, Madam Clerk? I meant the public screen in chamber.
Chair DeGenova, you should be able to see it. Same with the public.
Yeah. Okay. Just wanted to make sure it wasn't at the time Councillor Fry had asked. So, all right, Councillor Fry, it's up. And
Curiously, Chair, I can't actually see it, but I'm going to assume that it is what I sent in. For whatever reason, my orange cone's not displaying anything but a black screen. So I can just leave it at that. I think it's pretty self-explanatory.
Okay, and I don't see anyone else on the queue, so call the vote on this. Please vote on screen. And Councillor Swanson, I need you to vote, please, on screen. Thanks, and that has passed with unanimous support. Okay. Now we're back to so now that's amended the amendment. Councillor Fry, to the amended amendment.
Nope, that's great. Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Great, thanks. Now, seeing no one else on the queue, we're going to call the vote on the amended amendment. Please vote on screen. And Mayor Stewart, just waiting for your vote there. And that also passes with unanimous support. And that takes us back to the main queue. Councillor Dominato, anything further?
I have comments, but maybe I'll wait and see if there's other amendments coming. I'm not sure if there are, or maybe I should just do them now, just in the interest of time.
Up to you.
Okay, I'll speak briefly to the staff recommendations and around the Granville connector. I'm supportive of this recommendation, the series of recommendations, and for a number of reasons. There's been a lot of dialogue publicly about the financing of this and whether it's feasible in light of COVID, overall in terms of the current financial circumstances of the city. And I would argue that what I've seen is staff have actually pared this back significantly in light of the financial circumstances we find ourselves in, and have introduced a phased approach to this work. And we also know that this project is heavily reliant on DCLs and CACs and also possibly TransLink funding. So I want to acknowledge that in terms of the economics and financial feasibility of it. But I think more importantly, from my perspective on this proposal, is that I firmly believe that we will look back years from now, the public, the residents of today, the residents of the future, and they will see this as bold. They will see this as a no-brainer in the context of serving a shifting population. We know that we have the Broadway line coming and that there'll be a station at the south end of the Granville Street Bridge up at Broadway. While we are in the middle of COVID and we don't know what the world's going to look like in the future, I do anticipate we're still going to have people coming to our city wanting to live here, wanting to work here. And also, we have already substantive residential residences both in the north end of the bridge downtown as well as at the south side of the bridge as well. And for me, what has struck me since I've lived in the city is the lack of accessibility of this bridge. And I lived in Yaletown for a period of time, and I remember walking my daughter over in a stroller. She was 9 months old. And it felt precarious because you get to the loops and you have to step down the steps, and I hauled my stroller down and then up, and the sidewalks are narrow. So it's certainly not accessible to someone in a wheelchair or with a physical disability. Even for people who are able-bodied, you see people who they stick very close to the outer railing. I think there's a real opportunity here to address the accessibility and safety aspects of this bridge. And I think they're fundamental from an equity standpoint. But also, I think when we think to the future in terms of tourism, I think it'll be a space that will be showcased and that people will want to go to. And I think there's many opportunities that a more walkable, accessible, rideable bridge will provide. It still allows a corridor for vehicles, still allows public transit, but it makes it accessible for all, multimodal. And that's something I fundamentally think needs to be a priority in our city as we move forward. And I've said this before, but I'll say it again, but the city today does not look like it did 100 years ago, and it's not going to look the same 100 years from now. And I think there's some forethought to this. And if it has to be done in phases, obviously it'd be nice to see it done sooner, but we do need to be responsible given our current finances. But I think that there is boldness in this project, and that years from now, we will look back and appreciate the walkability, the livability aspect of this, particularly for people living in and around that area, and also for tourism benefits. So I'm supportive of the recommendations.
Thanks. Right on time there. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thank you.
As amended.
Yeah, I'm speaking to the main report now, and I will be supporting it. I cast my mind back, and I remember when staff came forward and presented their preferred option of the raised center at that time, and intuitively it just seemed like that wasn't the right approach for it. And I remember with a really great discussion at council and talking about looking at the water in the west side, and at the time I reflected on, having traveled to a lot of different cities around the world, and everything from Portland more locally to London, Sydney, other cities across the world. What people remember and what they want to do is get out and explore the cities. And you think about things like the Millennium Bridge, they have a pedestrian footpath only one. Portland has a variety of different bridges that support multimodal or pedestrian specific. And they're really phenomenal experiences. And all the ones that I could recall that I had walked over and I remembered, whether it was Tower Bridge or the Sydney Harbour Bridge or any of those, the big part of the experience, the magic of it, was connecting to the water. And that's why I had brought that up at the time and asked to explore the west side option, because it seemed intuitive to me. And so I was heartwarmed to see the public feedback that came in the consultation that really indicated a very strong support for the west option, because it didn't put people right in the middle of traffic, got them away from that, and it gave them those fantastic, beautiful water views that is Vancouver. And I think that's why we're so grateful to have the opportunity to live here. I think that, obviously with COVID, and we've seen it now, people are getting outside more. It doesn't make sense to me to have a poor cousin of a bridge where the other two have provided an upgrade experience and this one hasn't. And so I think it's important that we support and invest in livability. I do want to speak to the finances and the very real concerns that people have raised, saying, should you be spending this money now? It's not mission critical. And to that, I say two things. One, that I think there are very real safety concerns here for people that are using it. And I think a lot of people avoid it. From a pedestrian point of view, I know I don't walk over it. I would walk Cambie if I was going downtown or go to events. But I also want to speak to the other concern that people have raised around the finances of it, and that the city could better spend this on something else. This is a very specific source of funding when it comes from DCLs or CACs. And there's a formula that governs that legislation that has to be spent on transportation, and it's usually on new capacity, new projects. So if we did not do this, it can't be reallocated to a non-transportation category, nor could it go to do things like generally fixing up the state of the roads and potholes and do curb cuts or things of that nature necessarily that are considered more general maintenance. It needs to be new enhancements or new capacity. And so I think that's really important to clarify for the public, who are bringing up very validly the question of, are this council being good stewards of our public funds? And particularly in the light of COVID, when we have some really tough times and tough decisions. The last thing I would say is that the west side option is significantly less expensive than the center one that was presented. And I believe in conversations with staff and from different sessions they've held with stakeholders, that was significantly underestimated. It would have cost more. And so this is a more cost-effective option, and it's also been phased to kind of result in getting some very real enhancements that people will see and appreciate. But the price tag is significantly lower through this work, and that's how we're going to have to adapt and deliver projects when we have limited funds and budget. But I think that overall this is city making. This is part of livability. This is why we have to protect green space, and this is why we have to invest in these components in a financially responsible way. And so I think the fact that council sent that clear signal to staff and asked them to come back with another option and to sharpen the pencil has resulted in a good outcome and a good option here. And so for that reason, I'm supporting it. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Councillor Carr, to the amended motion.
Yes. First of all, thank you for the amendments and thank you to staff. I will be supporting this motion enthusiastically. It really, for me, the key is the safety of the people who use that bridge, especially walking and cycling over it. I have driven that bridge. I've walked it. I have been scared when I walk it. I have seen so many near accidents and people slamming on their brakes to avoid hitting pedestrians or cyclists way too many times than I care to remember. So this is, for me, is about public safety. It's also about recognizing a shift in the way people are transporting themselves around. And COVID really has brought that to the forefront, where people have been more nervous in using transit, and they have been taking to cycling and to walking far more. And that is fabulous, because not only is that great in terms of alleviating congestion and stress on our roadways, but it's the right thing to do from a health point of view and from a healthy planet point of view. We are in another crisis beyond COVID. We are in a climate crisis, and shifting our modes to active transportation is absolutely critical. So this does enable us to move forward along that path. I want to really congratulate staff, because I think they've done a phenomenal job, not only in the planning of this, but the consultation process, and then listening to people. I know, I remember the middle of the bridge idea with, cycling down it and little spots to stop and walking down the middle. And that's not what they received in terms of support from the public, who wanted those views off the sides of the bridge. And staff really listened and modified the original proposal and went with what the public wanted. So thank you for that. And finally, just to say that that in my mind, the most challenging piece of this is, as I'm sure being for staff, the need to adapt the project because of the fiscal reality of decreased revenues into the city, and the need to phase this project in. It would be fantastic if we could do it faster, but I think that they have been incredibly prudent and careful in terms of the management of the city's funds and resources in order to make this, I think, a really great project with the most exciting pieces coming first, and safety-oriented pieces coming first. So it's why I'm so happy to support.
Okay, thanks so much, Councillor Carr. Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you. So I'm going to lay this out in a slightly different way. We've already spent $24.5 million on seismic upgrades and security or safety-related features to this bridge. What is anticipated here is, well, it was originally going to be another $25 million in the capital budget, but that has now ballooned to $64 million. So notwithstanding the fact that this has been whittled back to $14.5 million for this interim plan, this is not the long-term plan. This is really just the planning and beginning work of what contemplates a $64 million project. So consider, if you will, the implications if that $64 million is intended to come developer contributions. As it's been stated here, the money, apart from a small component coming from TransLink, is intended to come from CACs and other developer contributions. So do the math. Think about $64 million. What is that going to be in terms of future development to extract that level of money? And we can only expect that's going to come from one end or other of the bridge. So even though we're paring it down, the plan is there for the full meal deal, and we're just cutting it back because we know we're in a pandemic. And as stated by Councillor Kirby-Yung earlier, we have looked at a $250 million capital plan reduction in face of this pandemic, and in large part in recognition of the declining developer contributions. I remain concerned that the city regularized developer contributions as a revenue line item in the capital budgets beginning back in 2009, and our dependence on those developer contributions for this kind of undertaking pose a very serious challenge to the affordability of the city. So as we look at this in the larger context, $64 million has much broader concerns in the overall cost to the city and the people that live here. As far as the safety stuff, this is a very small component of this when compared to the planning that is intending to go for the full $64 million. Now, we could accomplish this through other crossings across Falls Creek. If there was the desire to have a pedestrian bridge, for example, this could be accomplished without taking away capacity from the existing Granville Bridge. It does remain challenging to me as I consider the cost-sharing arrangements that are conceived of by other levels of governments, as they typically only invest in large new capital projects, and this is a retrofit of an existing bridge. There's a lot of difference of opinion on the GHG emissions, suggestions that they will increase, not to decrease, and the impact on the other bridges, particularly Burrard, but also Cambie, and adding additional vehicular capacity because people are still going to need to be able to get around. We're concerned, of course, about fossil fuels in vehicles, but as we transition more and more to electric vehicles, the demand is still going to be there. But the rationale behind the fossil fuels is certainly going to be put into question. The time spent crossing the bridge, whether it's in vehicles or on buses, does not make sense. Sure, everyone supports cycling and walking, but Granville Bridge has the most, I believe, 6 bus routes, as the Cambie and Burrard Street bridges only have 1 each. The
5 seconds, Councillor Hardwick.
So, in summary, this is a lot bigger than just the $14.5 million that's conceived of now. This is not essential. It's a nice to have, not a need to have. But my larger concern is the implications of the $64 million developer-dependent bridge that's contemplated in the long term. Thank you.
Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Chair. So just a personal reflection, in the decades that I've been cycling pretty much all over this city, I would say by far the most terrifying, harrowing ride I ever took was across the Granville Street Bridge with a light drizzle, freshly slicked roads, and a bus on my tail. Absolutely terrifying. That is a horrible bridge to cycle across. You can't use the sidewalks. You must use the road. And I think, as a reflection of how people get around our city, it's important to recognize that the Burrard Bridge and the Cambie Bridge and serve entirely different functions and destinations. And it's not the same as traveling in a car. And I think it's an important reflection of how we get around in the city. And especially recognizing that as we move into newer modes of transportation, and we see them already, the multimodal kind of stuff, the micro-mobility with the unicycles and the electric scooters. And as we move into these new modes, we're increasingly going to have to make space for those modes of transportation. I look at right at the top of this report, which is so interesting to me, about where it talks about how this Granville Bridge was originally designed for high volume freeways that were never built. And we know that that's one of the charms of Vancouver, is that we never built those high volume freeways that every other North American city did build, and actually, really did a disservice to the city building that we later came to appreciate about Vancouver. And so I think that this is a bit of an anomaly when we consider that even to date, the Granville Bridge does not meet that capacity, despite arguably, of course, with the barriers up now, it's a little bit more congested, but that's a plentiful bridge as far as induced demand. And I think when we look at what induced demand is, and it's really where if you build it, they will come. And by allowing to the induced demand through having these extra wide corridors, and in this case, an extra wide bridge with lots of superfluous lanes, we're not doing ourselves any favors when we're trying to meet our climate goals, when we're trying to encourage active transportation, and when we're really planning for the future of who's going to be, who we're inducing the demand for. So I'm very supportive of this project. I think the phasing and the scale back and the temporary measure is an appropriate response to how we're going to do this. I look forward to not having a harrowing bicycle ride over the Granville Street Bridge in the near future. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I'm going to go for this. My main reason is the need to keep cars out of the downtown. I was impressed by the map and the report that had basically it's only a 10-minute walk from the Broadway corridor into the downtown, or a 5-minute bike ride. It seems to me that would be a big incentive to leave your car at home, or maybe even not even get a car. And I think we need to do all we can to support that. We are still retaining the option for the Cloverleaf Park or for some housing there. And this is not the full meal $64 million deal. It's only a much smaller deal, and councils of the future will get to make decisions about whether to go ahead with other parts of this. So I think it's a good thing, and I think I'll vote for it. That's it.
Thanks, Councillor Swanson. Mayor Stewart.
How's my mic now? Is it working?
Yes, it's working great.
Great. Okay, thanks. So I'm looking at the Granville Street Bridge right now, and it's a beautiful sunny day. One of the nice ones, one of the last ones we're going to probably have in the next few months. And here's what nobody in the entire city is saying. Let's go for a walk over the Granville Street Bridge. Nobody's saying that today. And wouldn't it be nice in a couple of years when they can say, let's enjoy some sunshine. Let's go walk downtown, or walk into Kits, or walk or cycle. And so that's why we need to do this. We're fixing the engineering parts of this bridge with parts falling off and that kind of thing. And that's what cities are supposed to do. It's supposed to work on infrastructure and make it a livable city. So I definitely will be supporting this. And I want to thank both council and staff. I mean, this has been a long process with lots of debate and lots of changes, but I think we've come out at a good decision here, respecting both our economic circumstances, but also the need to city build. So thanks everybody for working on it, and I'll be supporting it.
Thanks, Mayor Stewart. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. And I'll just reflect a couple of comments that perhaps haven't been mentioned yet. But first, I just want to thank. So I'm supportive of the project. And one of the main reasons is because we've been contemplating this project since we were newly elected. I remember the briefing, I think, early 2019. And the one thing that I think stands out to me in this process is the way staff have been responsive to council's feedback all along the way, and went out for more consultation and listened and came forward initially with a sort of, I guess I would call an elaborate design, and then pared that back. So this, to me, has been an iterative process. It has reflected council's sort of concerns and folded a lot of that feedback into the design. And so to acknowledge that that has happened, and that is the report and the recommendations that's before us today as far as I've tracked this process. So I think that means that we're working well together, and we're listening to public feedback. And of course, there are going to be people who are just a hard no for this bridge, and that's their right as citizens of the city. But we have to weigh a bigger conversation, and we've heard around safety, we've heard around the long-term planning. We know that that bridge is under construction right now out of necessity for seismic upgrades. And we know that we have that, we have considered, related to the pandemic, our capital commitments in being able to complete this project and pared that down as well. So I think that this is a very responsive project as far as this process has been, as far as the process has happened. And I just want to note, we just passed 10 years of the Broad Street Bridge, and I think all of us, although I don't know if Councillor Carr was on council at that time, but all of us will remember that the sort of uproar in the public around that bridge and the recommendations and around the addition of the bike lane and things like that. And to note that just a year ago, we saw many media reports in public saying, well, it turned out that bridge actually is great. And, that was a huge addition to the city in terms of the way that, and it took a lot of leadership from the council of the day to chart that course. And I will even note that the DVBIA, the Downtown Vancouver Business Association, came out speaking against the Broad Street Bridge upgrades at the time because they had so many concerns about the reduce in car traffic and the impact on businesses, and have come out in support of this. And they've learned over the last 10 years that it actually is a really good thing for both the residents of the city, the economic stimulation of the city, the business in the business sector in the city. And the final thing I'll note is I was driving up Main Street the other day, and I saw that the Heritage, it's not a community center, but it's an event center, is undergoing a massive upgrade and to the envelope of the building. And that really stood out to me because they, of all, would have had a major economic downturn with the cancellation of events over the summer, weddings mainly. And they still have moved ahead because they have that long-term vision around their facility. It's a well-loved historic building in the city. And they would be the first, like we would be, to argue that spending any money on capital projects is a bad idea. But we know that as far as keeping the economic engine running in the city, capital projects is actually where we continue to employ people. And we're able to invest in infrastructure with money that's already put aside as opposed to operating. So for those reasons, I think I covered all the things I wanted to say. For all those reasons, I am supportive and I look forward to, and also just want to acknowledge the amendments by Councillor Boyle and Councillor Dominato that both address the feedback that we heard from the public that were not perhaps as explicit as it could be in the report. So happy to support and thank staff for the work.
Thanks so much, Councillor Bly. And seeing no one else on the queue, I will call us to a vote here on the motion as amended. Council, please vote on screen. And that. Okay, I'm just trying to bring us back. There we go. And that passes with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. And Council, I'm just going to wait to make sure we get that. There we go. All right. So now that concludes item number 2 on the agenda. Although the chair is not allowed to debate, I would very much like to thank the city manager, Mr. Johnston, as well as our chief engineer and director of transportation. So thank you to Lon Leclerc and Paul Storer and all of your staff that were with us here on this very important decision. Just wanted to acknowledge that before we move on. So that concludes item number 2 on the agenda, Council. We have 4 motions that were referred from the last council meeting, and we're going to break at 5 p.m., but it's not a reason not to get started. Our first referred motion is enabling creative and easily replicated missing middle housing pilots, which was moved by Councillor Dominato and seconded by myself, Councillor DiGenova, on July 22nd. We will now hear from speakers who have signed up to speak to this item. And I understand our first speaker is joining us via phone today, and it's Mariah Gillis. Do we have Mariah on the line, Madam Clerk?
Chair DeGenova, we don't have any speakers yet on the line, even though we've contacted them. We've emailed them. We're just checking to see if there's anyone downstairs who are intending to speak in person. So maybe give us a minute and I'll check back.
Of course. I'll just, should I give you 2 minutes? Should we check back, or do you just want to let me know once you've checked in?
Yep, I'll let you know shortly.
Okay.
Just a minute. Chair DeGenova, we don't have anybody in person either. Could I suggest that maybe council can break for dinner early, and then we would contact the speakers again?
Great minds think alike. I was going to ask you the same thing, Madam Clerk. I see Councillor Dominato actually on the queue. Councillor Dominato.
Sorry, Madam Chair. I was actually just scrolling to see if there were speakers to other items, if there's any other items that we could deal with first. But I'm happy to move that we break early for supper, given that we don't have any speakers on the queue.
All right. Council, I don't see anyone else on the queue, but we have a motion that we'd recess early. And can I just ask, Madam Clerk, would you recommend that we come back at 5:45, or would you recommend that we go until 6 p.m. as that's what I announced earlier on, that we'd be back at 6 p.m.?
Chair DeGenova, we can come back at 5:45. We'll contact the speakers right away and let them know to join in before then.
Great, thanks so much. So we're recessed now, Council, until 5:45, when we will come back to see if there are any speakers to the missing middle housing pilots motion. Thanks. Okay, thanks so much. Council, we are back, and when we left off, we had just moved on to our first referred motion, which again is titled Enabling Creative and Easily Replicated Middle Missing Housing Pilots, which was moved by Councillor Dominato, seconded by myself back on July 22nd. And we were going to hear from speakers, but to give them the opportunity to make sure that they could phone or that they received the message that this was coming up and that they would have their opportunity to speak. We broke a little bit early, so now we're back and we will hear from the speakers who signed up to speak to this and have been waiting patiently for some time. And the first person on the speakers list, and again, I should just mention, as we have a pilot, I'll be going through the speakers list again. So if I've called past your number and your name and you do come on the line, I'll invite you again to speak after we've gone through the entire list. So the first speaker is
Madam Chair. I do have a point of order, if I might, before we begin. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yes, Councillor Kirby-Yung, what is the point of order in the procedure bylaw?
The point of, I'm not sure of the appropriate section, to be honest, so I'll look for your guidance, but the point of order relates to an inquiry that came forward, and I know and the question is that when people were signing up for this meeting, some people received correspondence from the city clerk's office that included mention of the mayor's amendments, as well as a link to his personal website, which is not our normal procedure to politicize city communications. I understand that city manager has since responded and has indicated that this was done in error. But my question before we begin, given that amendments have been raised with the public before they're introduced on the floor, and people have been encouraged to direct it to that website and to support the mayor's amendments, as to whether or not we can inquire through you to law.
I need to know what the point in the procedure bylaw is to do that.
It's a legal inquiry as to whether or not there's rules of motion out of order per section 8.7.
Councillor Kirby-Yung, I understand, but what I'm saying is, if you want me to rule on that, I'm going to need a point in the procedure bylaw. And as you'd mentioned, we have all received. Hang on. We've all received information from, as you had mentioned in an email earlier, saying that that was not formal process. However, it was an error, and it's not something that I've ever seen before on my time in council. So if you have any concerns, if you could please state the point of the procedure bylaw specifically that you'd like me to consider or to rule on.
I did say it was pursuant to section 8.7 as to whether or not there's any legal impediment or conflicts with the law as stated in 8.7. And I'm wondering if we can get a note from legal as to whether or not that impedes council.
Okay, well, you've asked a point of order. So what we're going to have to do is I'm going to have to recess right now. I'm going to have to have a conversation with law, and then I can rule on that. In just a moment. So you'd like to know if this contravenes?
I'd like to know if this impedes council from considering the motion and if the process has been compromised. That's my inquiry through you.
Okay. All right. And under 8.7 is what you're stating. Okay. Perfect. Just give me a moment. I'll be right back. I'm going to try and I'll reach out to law in the appropriate way. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Council, for hanging in there for a moment while I check that out with law. And it's my understanding, in ruling on this point of order by Councillor Kirby-Yung to 8.7 of the procedure bylaw in regards to legal and whether or not there would be any process matters. It's my understanding that there is nothing that would interfere with council moving forward in the process that we usually would in considering a motion, considering the point of order you've raised, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Does that answer your point of order sufficiently?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Thanks very much. Now, without further ado, to the speakers list. And the first speaker that we have on the list is Mariah Gillis. Is Mariah Gillis?
A reminder was sent to Mariah, but she hasn't called in yet.
Okay, thanks so much. I will mark that down and we will call Mariah again at the end of the speakers list, just in case. Council, I'm just taking a look here at my list, wanting to make sure that I have the right one. Yes, and the second speaker on the list is Larry Benj.
Chair DeGenova?
Yes.
That speaker is participating by phone, so he should be on the line.
Oh,
I am on the line.
in person. So I was going to ask. Thank you so much for joining us, and you're here in your capacity as the co-chair of the Coalition of Vancouver Neighborhoods. And Council, I'm liking this new method of it marks on our speakers list if everyone's a resident or not right next to it. So I don't have to ask everyone and say it out loud. So just wanted to draw your attention to that. And please go ahead. I'll start your timer. You have 5 minutes and you may have questions from council.
Since I'm speaking for the Coalition of Vancouver Neighborhoods, do I not have 8 minutes?
I'll check with the clerk as to whether or not those other two people need to be registered to speak or on the line. Madam Clerk, is there 8 minutes for an organization?
Chair DeGenova, that rule is under the public hearing procedure process for organization that will allow 8 minutes, not for council standing committee.
Okay, so I understand it's 5 minutes right now is what you have. That being said, there might be some questions for you.
I hope so, yes, thank you. Tell me when I'm starting.
Now.
Okay, thanks. Alrighty. My name is Larry Benj. I'm with the Coalition of Vancouver Neighborhoods. We are opposing the motion as it stands, although we don't disagree with the intent of the motion to provide more affordable, innovative housing options. I must say up front, I'm a little confused as to the issues that need to be addressed today, given the amendment that was publicly proposed by the mayor. So I'm going to try to address both at the same time, and not knowing whether there are other additions yet to come, which I won't be able to speak to. It's very confusing, this setup. Some of the reasons for disagreeing with this motion. Overall, it's again a broad brushstroke top-down approach from the city to impose zoning on the entirety of the city, across the city. There's no limits to what areas are being addressed in this motion. And some areas of the city already do a fairly decent job of providing missing middle housing with the zoning that they have, and certainly that existing zoning might want to be massaged in order to deal with future needs and the requirements of incoming populations. I'm speaking specifically of the RT7, RT8 zoning here in Kitsilano, and there's some other areas where that zoning is in effect. The other problems with this motion is, again, like so many others of these, It would increase speculation, demolition of older, more affordable housing across the city, causing displacement of older houses which exist, which provide reasonable rental accommodation at present. What else? I think maybe I'll move on since I have a little time to address two different issues. The mayor's proposal came out of the blue, and the mayor seems to be peddling divisiveness through his personal campaign for this amendment. It's unusual in that way.
I just have to caution you. We're here to talk about the motion at hand, and that is the only information that we can talk about right now. We can't talk about amendments that have not been made. Thank you.
Even though this is an incredibly important amendment to this motion, that's absurd.
Because it hasn't been made. I have to follow the rules, and the rules are what I have in front of me. Please,
okay, well then I will.
It's about process.
Yeah, I understand that, and I call that an incredibly undemocratic way of dealing with issues, and it speaks to the lack of meaningful engagement between the council staff and the citizens of Vancouver. Because when such an important thing is put out there, it should be allowed to be commented on at some point. And if it comes as an amendment at the end where the speakers have no recourse to comment on that, it's terribly undemocratic and is due a critical comment such as what I just made. So I'll generally say, yes.
Just a moment. I'm just going to stop your. You have 1 minute left. And I will note that, but I can't stop your timer without resetting it. So yes, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if there's some way that we can allow the speaker to speak about this amendment, which has been so widely circulated.
Councillor Swanson, we cannot. And Councillor Swanson, a point of privilege is if you can't participate in the meeting or something to that.
It makes me feel really uncomfortable to deny speakers the right to speak to something that's important to them.
Councillor Swanson, I'm just trying to follow the rules that are in front of us. So, during debate, it would be the time that you might want to bring that up, but I have to limit the speaker to speaking to what's in front of us. Thank you very much. And I have you down here, is it starting at 4:50? If you have 1 more minute to speak, Larry, and then do you have questions?
Yep. Okay, I'll restart mine. I've got it at 50, but that'll be close enough. Okay. All right, here we go.
I'll give you an extra 10 seconds for the interruption. Go for it.
Okay, thank you. We would also like to say that, overall, the problem with so many of these things is we need neighborhood-based planning processes that have to be integrated into the movement towards a citywide plan. And there are many options that have been discussed previously. I know that I've handed out drawings from the Missing Middle competition, which showed several different options. I've spoken to the project on South Dunbar, 6,000 block, I think, just before the August break. So there are potentials out there to realize what the intent was, but it should be done at a neighborhood-based process. Sorry. Okay,
yep,
I think
that's your time there.
Yeah.
I was going to let you finish your sentence, but
that was my timer going off. So.
You do have questions from Councillor Hardwick and Councillor Dominatos first, and then Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Dominato, questions for the speaker up to 3 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Benj, and thanks for calling in. I appreciate the reflections that you appreciate the aim and broad goals of my motion. I do want to ask you, your perspective is, I think you'll see within my motion that there was a report back being asked of staff. It wasn't to implement anything at this time, but simply to have a report back as part of recovery actions and the Vancouver plan. But hypothetically, if there were amendments to come forward to be more prescriptive around a pilot program, how do you see that fitting within the Vancouver plan. And maybe you could comment on that if there were to be any amendments in that vein.
I think that anything that comes forward as a proposal, similar to what's been released in the public realm from the mayor, I think anything that comes forward should be looked at considered within the Vancouver planning process. And hopefully the Vancouver planning process will move more towards a neighborhood-based planning process in consultation with the various neighborhoods, so that we can realistically look at these proposals through the lens of the needs and the resources and the requirements of the different neighborhoods, which all have different needs. Every single neighborhood in the city can be improved, and there's no reason why the planning process can't involve the voices of the neighborhoods specifically, and so that we can formulate real urban design planning for all the neighborhoods and in total the entire city.
Great, thank you for clarifying that. That's all for my questions, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
Thanks. And now you have questions from Councillor Hardwick. Up to 3 minutes, Councillor Hardwick.
Very quickly, Mr. Benj, your background professionally is as an architect, is that correct?
I am trained as an architect. I'm unregistered, so I can call myself a designer. I'm also an affiliate with the Masters of Urban Design program at UBC.
Thank you. And when you were contributing to the Missing Middle competition, I presume that was of the Urbanarium. Is that accurate?
Yes, yeah, that's, I didn't contribute to it, but I was, I have gone on tours with it. I participated with them, things like that. But I personally didn't participate. Oh, yeah.
And it's a combination, I'm sorry, I'm mindful of time, of look at housing typology and also land tenure. Is that correct?
Yes, correct, yes.
And so we are looking at typologies of up to 6 units. What do you know about the implications for land tenure?
Well, my first reaction to a 6-unit on a standard lot, and I'm assuming it's not going to be 33 foot, but it could be, I suppose, in someone's eyes. I think the affordability factor is the main one, and I don't think given one unit of affordability is going to make anything realistic happen on that property.
I was really more getting at strata titling of properties as opposed to other forms of land tenure.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you want to take, if you want to be cliched about it, making home, there are a lot of possibilities for co-ops and co-housing and the land trust, if that's what, is that what you're referring to? And rentals. There's a lot of possibilities within that, within the various typologies. I just think throwing one unit out of 6 out there as below market and having every other one as market housing is going to just create more unaffordability and more speculation.
So your key point, though, is that this approach needs to be neighborhood and community-based, recognizing the nuance of neighborhoods rather than top-down deterministic across the city. Would you say that's accurate?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, absolutely accurate. Yes.
Do you see any implications for land lift on this model in terms of increasing the cost of land across the city?
I believe there's every indication of it happening across the city, yes.
And that is your time.
All righty.
Thank you.
And, hang on, you still have questions from Councillor Carr. That was just Councillor Hardwick's time.
Yep, I'm still here.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Bench. I appreciate you always coming out and providing thoughtful comment. So I understand that one of your concerns is around the process and the process of something arising from council versus a discussion and a consideration of ideas that would emanate from and within our Vancouver plan. Is that correct?
It's more, the ideas can come from anywhere. Ideas are not, the prime specialization of neighborhoods over council over Vancouver planning even. Good ideas will come out. They have a tendency to do that. It's more the consideration of those ideas through the lens of a neighborhood-based process. And because then you flavor the decisions that are made about building typologies and the various things that we just discussed, amongst others, in a total look at a neighborhood and how it affects what's going on. I think a lot of the spot rezonings and stuff like that that's become the planning process of the city recently, a lot of them have nothing to do with the surrounding neighborhood. Some of them do, some of them are appreciated, some of them don't pay any attention, but also the voices of the residents around the affected areas are important. And they will, in my mind at least, add to any of these ideas because these people have lived there, they know their neighborhood better than anybody else, and they have a lot of experience to add to any design issues.
I only have so much. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
If I can add, just go on with another question. If this motion were to be referred to the city planning process with some specific language around neighborhood-based planning, would you and the members of the coalition be willing to respond to the ideas contained in this motion with your own ideas and with feedback and with suggestions or that kind of thing?
To answer your question simply, yes. To give you a little bit longer version, I would hope that we would get a conversation going in terms of workability of neighborhood-based planning processes. I'm not sure why we can't run a pilot project, which the city seems interested in lately, on a neighborhood, and put it into a neighborhood and go into a neighborhood and try to exercise neighborhood-based planning processes and see how they work. I don't know why we can't do that.
Sorry, I am out of time. Thank you so much.
Yeah, sorry.
Thanks. And sorry, I have to be fair there when it comes to everybody's time. But there aren't any more questions for you. So thanks very much for joining us and hanging in for a couple of meetings. And our next speaker is Claire Lomas, joining us by phone. I'd ask the clerk or the operator if Claire Lomas is on the line.
I am.
Okay, and I believe you've spoken to council before, but you have up to 5 minutes, and there may be questions for you after. I'll start your timer now.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. In short, I'm in opposition to this missing mission. I can't talk right now. This missing middle motion. Like the previous speaker, I can appreciate that council is trying to come up with innovative new ways to try and find housing. However, I feel the aim of this particular motion is at the higher income Vancouverites and as opposed to the lower, which is where when I did my recalibration of the Housing Vancouver strategy presentation, I tried to highlight that, especially for those earning below $50,000, we've only made like 20% of the targets. And so on that note, I had hoped to get some more data back in terms of the Housing Vancouver strategy and the targets, because in order to know where we're going, we need to know where we are. And sadly, the data was really lacking. I've heard comments that all the data has been presented, but I'm just going to refer to a few of the items because I did send them to you guys in an email. And I just question the fact when data is given for East Vancouver, but we're not able to access data for other neighborhoods or the citywide data. So one of the items that was measured or mentioned in that memo was that only 22% of Vancouverites are going to be able to afford an east side condominium. The housing types mentioned in this motion are aimed at people earning above what we expected in the plan for those having a condominium. What we're really missing, as the previous speaker mentioned, are things like co-ops and co-shares, and it would be really great to see how those are fitting into the plan. So while I can appreciate the intent of this motion, I feel like it's a little premature without the data, and I would like to see more options and more focus on those earning, especially between $30,000 and $50,000, where we've only hit 20% of target and made 0 purpose-built rentals for, let me just pull up the numbers in front of me, those earning between $50,000 and $80,000. Oh, sorry, $30,000 and $50,000. So I feel like we can focus on those areas, and that would make deeply affordable homes for the higher income earners as well. I appreciate that this motion is trying to get more bedrooms, but we need to be having more bedrooms in affordable social and supportive housing and more purpose-built rentals, more co-ops and that sort of thing. And that's where I would like to see council-directed focus. I'm not sure where I am in time, but I believe that's about all I had to say. Other than one more point, we often talk about below market, and I would like to make sure that people understand that below market is not the same thing as affordable. Affordable is based on income, where below market is based on a market, which we know has gotten increasingly out of touch with local income. And that's about it for now. Hello?
Chair DeGenova, are you on the line? Claire, just hang on the line. We've got a couple of councillors with questions for you. I'm just trying to get the chair back. Councillor DeGenova, are you able to hear me?
It's Vice Chair. Maybe I'll just step in to keep this moving along. It looks like Councillor DeGenova might be frozen. I see Councillor Swanson on the queue for questions.
Yeah, thank you for coming in or phoning in and speaking. This is supposed to be about the missing middle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have information about what the median middle income actually is in Vancouver?
Yeah, for renters, it's been referred to in several motions before council. I believe it's closer to 50K. And for citywide, I believe it's closer to 70K. So median income is below the target income of this motion.
So it's not really the missing middle.
No, it's not at all.
So if your
Especially
income was 80 to 120,000, which I guess this motion is targeted at, what kind of housing options would you have in Vancouver compared to somebody whose income is, say, 15 to 50,000?
Okay, so somebody who is earning $50,000 to $30,000, they only have social and supportive housing. Somebody who's earning $30,000 to $50,000, they have social and supportive housing and purpose-built rentals, but there were no purpose-built rentals approved in 2018 for that income bracket, so they only had social and supportive housing. Now, if you go to the 80 to 150K, they have social and supportive housing, they have purpose-built rentals, they have condos, they have laneways, they have coach houses, and they have townhouses. So altogether, the 80 to 150K takes about, it takes 37% of the Housing Vancouver strategy targets.
So would you say that that income group should be a priority for overworked staff?
No, I do not think, especially in a pandemic where people are worrying about their job security. When I was talking about the median income, that's household income. We have to keep in mind that we have a lot of single income households, including single parents, and they need multi-bedroom homes at an affordable price.
Okay, thank you so much, dear.
Thank you.
I have my connection back. I'm just going to check. Madam Clerk, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, great. Councillor Hardwick, you have questions.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Ms. Lomas, for your thoughtful and detail-oriented letter to council. pointing out that we still do not have the requisite data in order to analyze and recalibrate our housing policies. So as we do, I mean, what we do know, you pointed out we had some information about East Vancouver, but not the rest of the city. Is there anything else that you can offer us in understanding the importance of this data for making revised policies moving forward?
Well, I think one of the things that should be mentioned as well, too, is that one of the most robust and detailed reports that I've seen was the 2019 Housing Vancouver Annual Progress Report and Data Book. That was released in June of 2018, which is before this council was even elected. So as an annual report, I would hope that we would have seen 2 of those by now. And so just on that, I feel like there's a lot of data that we could have access to. I know that you submitted a memo requesting a detailed point-by-point itemization of the data that we were missing specific to the recalibration memo. And until we get that data and in an Excel format, because we have a lot of smart citizens, just because we're not on council doesn't mean that we can't contribute good ideas, as the good speaker said, but we need the data so that we know where we are and we can know where we need to go.
Do you have a sense of the impact on overall affordability that can come from inflationary land lift, from creating excessive capacity?
Yeah, well, if the bulk of the expense is in the land, then it doesn't matter what kind of building you put on top of it. You're not going to be able to get deeply affordable housing. If you can reduce the cost of the land, then that would also make it cheaper for the government to purchase in order to be able to dedicate affordable housing. And that's really where the shift needs to happen. What we also haven't mentioned is that a lot of the condos that are in this plan, they're through development zoning. So there's this DCL and CAC contribution, which is funding the city right now, but we need to make sure that the city is providing the services for its citizens, which fundamentally is housing that ties into our transportation, that ties into our work, and it really is fundamental.
Do you think people understand that the missing middle is a housing typology and not an income level socioeconomically?
I don't think it's made clear. I think if you're well versed in city politics, then you understand that the housing type aspect of it. What people are needing are bedrooms, and census data is showing that families, especially around my age, which is 30s to 40s, are leaving the city. So to me, that's the missing middle.
15 seconds over.
Thank you.
Okay,
Council,
thank you.
I just asked you to try and leave the speakers some time to answer your questions. Thanks so much. And there are no other questions for you. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, thank you.
Murphy is our next speaker. Yes, thanks. Elizabeth Murphy, and is Elizabeth Murphy with us on the line?
Elizabeth Murphy is not on the line.
Okay. Thanks very much. And the next speaker, and we'll, of course, as I said, go through the speakers list afterwards and call speakers who haven't had a chance to participate. So, because they're not on the line. So, the next speaker is Jens von Bergman.
Jen is not on the line.
Okay. And Emil. And I have Emil. Is it?
Emil is not on the line.
Okay. I was wondering if that was initials for the last name, but I'm not sure. And then number 7 is withdrawn, council, just for your notes there. And then 8 is Jocelyn Baines. Is Jocelyn Baines on? Since Jocelyn was supposed to attend in person, Madam Clerk, is Jocelyn there?
No, the speaker is not in person. She's not here.
Okay. And Ryan Campbell.
Ryan Campbell is not on the line.
Okay, thanks very much. And Ian, middle initial W, Robertson.
Ian is not on the line.
Thank you very much. And Stuart Smith.
Hi there. Hello?
Hi, Stuart.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear me?
Sure. I sure can.
Great. So you've done this before. You have 5 minutes to speak to council, up to 5 minutes, and there may be questions for you. So I'll start your timer now.
Thanks so much. Hello, Chair, Mayor, and Council. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Stuart Smith. I'm on the board of Abundant Housing Vancouver. We're an all-volunteer, self-funded nonprofit. We believe in a Vancouver for all, and we support this motion. As referenced in the motion, the vast majority of residential land in Vancouver is subject to bylaws banning all forms of housing, except those that consume the most amount of land and thus are the least affordable to the most people. These bylaws do not create nuance or neighborliness, they build walls. The walls do not just affect what happens within RS1. All of our housing in the region is connected, so the price of exclusivity in RS1 is paid for with evictions in Mount Pleasant, Fairview, and the West End. We're pleased to see this motion recognize the urgency with which action on the housing crisis is required. The housing crisis is not an abstract problem. It's not a word we should surround with air quotes, and it's not something we can take our time solving. There's a real human cost to a lack of available and affordable housing. And it's important that the city continue its work to increase the amount of available and affordable housing while the longer term planning processes are happening in the background. Just a few points on the motion. One is I'm very pleased to see this idea of homeowners being able to be involved in this process. In a lot of land use conversations, there's a sort of adversarial setup of homeowners versus developers, and I've long felt that the only way we'll let them move forward is when we give individual homeowners the opportunity to be part of the solution. And that is by either building more housing or by using their building in a different way, or just providing housing for more family on their lot. I also really like the pilot aspect of this. As with many land use proposals, we're subject to hyperbolic images of destruction. If any change in housing is allowed, I think that doing pilots is a way of showing people that change can happen without destroying the universe. Having said that, I do think there's a few ways we could improve. The number one is, as other people have mentioned, we do not want tenants to be displaced. And there's no reason we should have to accept evictions at the cost of providing housing. So I would strongly suggest that the motion be amended to only apply to owner-occupied land. If the land has been used for tenancy in the last 5 years, say, then it should just be excluded. I also think that the motion needs to reference parking. So long as there's an expectation that it's the city's job to provide you with a free 20-foot frontage of curb for your car, we can't solve the housing crisis. We have to break the link between housing and parking. We have to make sure that if you want to drive in the city, you're paying for your parking. And if you don't want to drive in the city, that you're not having to pay for someone else's parking. We can do this many different ways. We can charge higher rates for residential parking permits. We can grandfather existing residents and charge new residents, but we do have to do something. I'd also suggest we expand the notion of ground-oriented housing, because as we know, there are many people in our community who cannot afford ground-oriented housing. So by limiting this motion to looking at ground-oriented, by definition, you're limiting who it will ultimately help. And finally, the motion asks for a report in Q2 next year on additional measures to enable density on arterials. However, we believe this should be expanded to include a radius around transit rather than focusing the people who can't afford detached houses just on noisy, polluted, and dangerous arterials. Finally, just a couple of points on previous speakers. A previous speaker suggested that this was a broad brush zoning, but then 5 minutes later talked about how bad spot rezonings are. So I think as a city, we have to decide what we want.
I have to ask you, Mr. Smith, to stick to the motion, please. Thank you.
Sorry, I apologize. Okay. Then I'll just say one thing. Then several people in housing in Vancouver have talked about the success of Kitsilano zoning. Kitsilano is a nice place. And to the extent that zoning contributes to that, that's great. But again, we have to remember there's two sides. There's available and affordable. And there is no available and affordable housing in Kitsilano. So as much as anyone might like Solano, we have to be careful about calling it a success. I quickly looked up the cheapest condo I could find, and it was $900 a square foot. So in conclusion, as with most housing proposals, this alone is not enough to fix the crisis, but it's one small step in the right direction. So we urge council to support it. Thanks very much.
And that was 5 minutes exactly, right on the dot. And there aren't any questions for you, but thank you very much for hanging in to speak with us today.
Thank you.
Okay, and I'm just going to go through the speakers list one more time here. I understand that we may have a speaker on the line. I also understand, Council, that there's a very exciting U.S. presidential debate on right now. So I'm not sure if maybe we're losing some speakers to that politics instead of being here in the grassroots, an exciting meeting that we're having here tonight. But just thought I'd note that. Pretty big debate, I understand, and I've recorded it. So we can do both, and I hope people will call in to speak. But I understand Mariah Gillis is still not on the line, but I did say that I'd call through again. So is Mariah Gillis on the line, Madam Clerk?
Mariah Gillis has not joined.
Okay. And Elizabeth Murphy?
She is. I will just open up her line. You can go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks. And I understand you're here tonight, or I should say you are with us tonight on behalf of the Vancouver Character House Network. That's correct?
Yes.
And I will start your timer now. You've done this before. You have up to 5 minutes to speak to council. There may be questions for you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm here to speak in opposition to this motion and the potential amendments for pilot projects such as those proposed by the mayor.
I do have to stop you for a moment. Just as I haven't allowed others, I can't let you speak to amendments.
Okay, so I'll get an extra couple of seconds there for your explanation.
You'll get an extra 10 seconds, but hope I don't have to explain anything more. Thanks.
Okay. We have a petition on change.org that calls for, among other things, to take immediate action to remove from zoning and building code bylaws any biases favoring demolition and new construction over retention, and is now over 9,400 plus paper signers, and the Vancouver Vanishes Facebook has 13,300 likes, also a form of support for retention. So clearly the public wants to see policies that encourage heritage and character house retention, and the city has programs to encourage this through heritage and character incentives. However, these provisions continue to be inadequate and are further eroded by widespread spot rezonings as proposed in this motion. Okay, I have to skip some of this because it refers to something I'm not supposed to talk about. The city is undergoing the Vancouver Plan process that is supposed to be doing planning that takes into consideration neighborhood context. This motion would undermine that process by setting major precedents that increase speculation, demolition, and displacement. Character house retention incentives and adaptive reuse of existing buildings is central to an affordable and sustainable city. Yet these opportunities are gone if demolition proceeds through spot rezoning in advance of planning. The COVID recovery should not be used to allow spot rezonings that would permanently reshape the scale and character of neighborhoods, which should instead be first part of the broader planning process before any rezoning is considered. And rezoning should remove the bias to new construction and instead make character house retention more viable. Increasing new development forms that are much larger in scale, whether single sites or large MERP tower projects, are all increasing the ecological footprint and makes the city less affordable through land speculation and inflation. I have had numerous discussions with planning academics and professionals who are also against these kinds of arbitrary spot rezoning policies without proper planning processes, but they were not able to sign up to speak to them because the speakers list was already closed back in July, actually. So this is almost the same motion for multiplexes citywide that former Mayor Robertson proposed at council without consultation right before his Vision Party were wiped out at the last election. Yet Vision spot rezoning policies and programs continue to be implemented. There's no mandate for continuing this way of doing business at the city when the majority of the people want a change in approach. Spot rezonings create uncertainty for both residents and developers. It has unintended consequences of inflating land values and development expectations all around the areas of spot rezonings that displaces people and creates the affordability crisis we're in. Doing more of the same will only make this worse. Same with the climate crisis. Increased demolition and new construction vastly increases our GHG emissions through embodied energy. While it is true that passive house standards, which I'm currently taking as professional development, has potential to mitigate some of these more with more energy efficiency. It is a very large environmental footprint through embodied energy. Passive house uses 2 to 3 times as much forest products as standard 2x4 construction, that it is increased to 8 to 12-inch thick walls, much more plastic and foam insulation, and potential complications from water and moisture due to dependence on total air tightness. It is potential, but still evolving. Here, we're being asked to make decisions that will affect most of the city, that has many implications and can't possibly be addressed by council today. I implore you to slow down and get more information and feedback before making these kinds of decisions. The devil is in the details that causes unintended consequences. And most importantly, we need the data to recalibrate the housing targets as part of council direction before proposing specific zoning changes. We need to know where we are and what we need in the future first, including needed amenities to support population
growth. And that is over 20 seconds over your time. So I tried to let you finish the sentence. It was a really long one, but Councillor Hardwick, I have questions for you.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy.
Thank you.
I'm interested to, I take your points on speculation, land lift, but the demolition and the bias to new construction, this is kind of flying in the face of what we've been hearing in reports that have been arguing that it is not effective from a climate change GHG perspective to be renovating existing homes, but rather to tear them down and replace them with new forms of construction. Have you been aware of that debate? And could you elaborate on any of your perspective in that regard?
Well, I have heard about, about this perspective. And it's not new. It's been used before. But really, I think that it doesn't take in the whole picture and the general overall perspective, including not just the issue of energy emissions and for GHGs, but also what I was referring to in terms of embodied energy. And none of the studies that I have seen have included the whole picture of embodied energy, including the demolition of existing buildings, and also all of the embodied energy that goes into the materials and transportation and all of the industrial processes that goes into new construction. So we need to take a holistic approach to all of this, and if you look at it from a wide, broad perspective, the using what we have to its best advantage and adaptive reuse of existing buildings is an important part of that whole puzzle. Not to say that new construction isn't also part of it, but we need to be careful about what we do and what we what we tend to lose in the process if we are totally focused only on air tightness and energy efficiency as opposed to the big picture of reducing GHGs globally, which means embodied energy as well. So I think we need to be taking a much more holistic approach to things. Consider the affordability of, being able to do minor renovations and adding secondary suites to the secondary suite program. Okay, thank you.
And that is
Thank
our
you very
time.
much.
Thanks so
Appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I'm just going to ask, I'm going to go through the list one more time, but actually what I might try and do first is, Madam Clerk, do we have anyone else on the line right now?
Chair DeGenova, we don't have anybody else on the line.
Okay. So if there's no one else on the line, Council, that would bring us then to the end of the speakers list, and we only had one other person call in, which was Elizabeth Murphy. So, sorry, I should actually bring us back to a queue here and move us over to, Councillor Carr, were you on for questions? Oh, no. Go ahead.
I was, Madam Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Carr.
I'm still
I didn't see
here.
you on there. Oh, okay.
I'm still here if you want to ask me any questions.
I'm sorry. I wasn't on for questions. I was on for questions for staff. So I heard you say that we were closed, and then I put myself on the list.
All right. Okay, thanks, Councillor Carr. What I will say is it's actually, sorry, I'm moving us to the main queue there, but it's actually
Points of information.
Yes, points of information. That's exactly what I was doing. Sorry, I was also going on Jabber back and forth with the clerk, and I can multitask, but only do so many things at once. So thanks very much. And yes, please go ahead with your point of information.
Yes, thank you. So my point of information has to do with the timeline of the report back, and my question or my point of information through you, Madam Chair, to staff is a report back in Q4 2020 realistic, or given that that's I guess the time that month, December, is pretty full with budget, and I'm wondering if it might require a bit more time for a report back, but I'd appreciate some sense of that from staff, please.
Okay. I believe that our Deputy City Manager, Mr. Mokri, is here with us.
Yes, thanks, Chair DeGenova. Paul Mokri, Deputy City Manager. And thanks for the question. Yes, certainly, I mean, we're I think, a couple of days now from Q4. And as Councillor Carr has indicated, lots going on for both staff and council leading up to the Christmas break. So I think the timing is an issue. I obviously recognize that this motion was drafted many months ago, or a number of months ago. So, time has moved on. But yes, at this point in time, it would be very difficult, and I don't think practical for staff to provide a substantive response back by Q4. We would likely need more time.
Great. Okay, thank you. That was my only question, Madam Chair. But I have submitted some amendments to this motion. And I just resubmitted one with a change in the date as well. So there are.
Okay, so I'm going to move us to the amendment queue here.
Yeah.
And the amendment queue, I'm not sure. Is that a holdover, Councillor Fry?
That's most definitely a holdover if I'm on the list. Yeah.
All right. Councillor Carr, go ahead with your amendments.
Yeah, thank you. There's just 4 of them. I think that they're fairly simple. So they are number 1, changing the report back to Q2 2021, which I think is more reasonable in given that that there is a real need to give staff time, knowing that time is ticking on and towards the budget. So that's my first. The second is that I did check with the mover of the motion, Councillor Dominato, and although she had only said recovery actions, it could have been interpreted potentially by people in different ways. And I think I verified that it's actually COVID-19 recovery actions and related to our COVID-19 recovery plan. So I just wanted to make sure that that was perfectly clear, and so created 2 changes in that regard. And then my 4th change is adding the words unique character to good design and livability of Vancouver neighborhoods as something that we want to aim to preserve. We definitely heard many of the speakers speak specifically to this, that the unique character of our Vancouver neighborhoods is something that makes Vancouver such an incredibly attractive, livable, and cherished city. So those are my changes, Madam Chair.
Okay. And I don't see, I'm not sure if anyone else is on the amendment queue to speak to this. I just want to make sure I'm on the right queue here. Yes, I think I am. Sorry, my screen going back and forth a little bit. So so we are right now on Councillor Carr's amendments, and I will call the vote on Councillor Carr's amendments. Motion. Please vote on screen. And Mayor Stewart, thank you very much. Okay, that passes with unanimous support. And now we are, Councillor Carr, I'm moving us back to the main queue. Councillor Carr, did you have anything more to say?
No, I'll go back on the queue later. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Okay, Mayor Stewart, to the amended motion. Mayor Stewart, did we lose you? Mayor Stewart, can you hear me? Madam Clerk, can we do an audio check? Oh, there we go. Thanks.
Sorry, I just couldn't find my mute button. So thanks, everybody. Yeah, so I have an amendment to move that I've sent to the clerk, and it's been distributed to you. And if it's okay, Chair DeGenova, I just
I'll just move us over to amendment Q if that's okay, Mayor Stewart.
Sure thing.
Thanks. I'm just gonna clear the queue, and did say we'd move us over. So, Councillor Boyle, I did say to Mayor Stewart I'd put him on the queue. So, are you okay if I advance him?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks. So, okay, everyone, I'm going to put Mayor Stewart on the queue, and now you can add yourself to the queue. Thanks.
Oh, come on.
Okay.
Just trying to be fair and moving us to the right queue. There we go.
I'm okay?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so thanks very much, of course, everybody, for participating this evening. And really want to thank you all for your considered and hard work on housing in the city. We know it is the toughest issue that we have to deal with besides COVID and perhaps overdoses. But I know we've been gripped over the last 2 years about what to do about housing, and I think the debates have been really good. When I saw Councillor Dominato's motion come forward, I thought this is the right time to do this. We're a seasoned council now with almost 2 years under our belts, and we have a good grip on what's going on with the city. So I wanted to thank Councillor Dominato for getting the ball rolling with her main motion. However, when I thought about it more, I thought that perhaps we could be more specific on one of the proposed pilot projects. I really liked the idea in Councillor Dominato's motion about pilot projects. And so then I'd spent lots of months talking with, folks all over the city, from both the building and design professions, architects, and also spent some time talking with the Mayor of Portland and other cities that have kind of gone this direction. And so my amendment that I've put forward today seeks to add a very few specific recommendations for how we could quickly and effectively build homes that the middle class can afford. And I know this is in the spirit of other motions that have been brought forward in the past. So I just want to stress that this is a proposed pilot project. We have about 68,000 RS or RT zoned lots in the city. So I proposed that we take 100 of these from around the city and allow folks to innovate, to use the expertise that we have in our city, both from a professional and ownership perspective, so we can learn about different financing models, so we can learn about different forms. I think that under this proposed amendment, where you could have up to 4 strata units on a single lot, as long as you have up to 2 additional affordable units, we can have all kinds of experimenting with co-housing, with cooperative housing, with different types of home ownership. So the thing is about this proposal, and learning from MERP as well, is that 1 or 2 of these units could be permanently affordable in that they're removed from the market in terms of the speculation that occurs. So this should, we'll see as we go through the experimentation. It may actually lead to deeper affordability if people are innovative, but it's really starts to get to the right supply of housing for households, which is important, not individuals, households with incomes of about $80,000. So just a reminder that somebody working full-time making minimum wage makes $30,000. So, somebody making a minimum wage job partnered with someone who makes a livable wage job could afford to purchase these secured units. And again, it's a pilot project. We're not rezoning the entire city. We're learning. It's evidence-based policy making, and could very well fit with Vancouver plan in terms of how we encourage people to participate in this. However, I do think 2 years in, halfway through our mandate, it's time for us to try something. It's time for us to demonstrate that we're committed to trying things that are going to make this city more affordable for those who want to own homes in the city. We've done lots, encouraging senior levels of government to invest in housing for the most vulnerable, and there's lots of good news on the horizon for that. But this is for folks in that missing middle who want a chance at purchasing homes. So that's what I'm introducing here today. I know you've had a chance to read through it. I know it's a bit odd, perhaps moving it in as an amendment, but that's why I sent it out around to council and to the public over the last week or so, or more than that, just so people could digest what this is. And again, it is a report that we're expecting back from staff if this is passed. So it's not a massive rezoning of the city as some have claimed. It's a report back from staff, and we'll get the vote on it all the way through. But so let's try something. Let's try this, what I'm proposing, but let's also try the rest of the proposals that are in Councillor Dominato's motion. So thanks so much, and that's what I got to say about the amendment.
Thanks so much. Councillor Swanson, to Mayor Stewart's amendment to Councillor Dominato's motion.
Yes, I sent an amendment to the amendment.
Okay. Well, I'm going to move us to Amendment Q2, Councillor Swanson, as I look for your amendment here. So did you want to put yourself on the queue? Here, I'll put you on the queue. There we go.
Okay.
Oh, I think we both hit it at the same time. Just a moment. There we go. Go ahead.
So this would basically say that 2 of the additional units have to be for households earning $50,000 or under. And I think this would solve 3 problems. Number 1, it would increase affordability. Portland has done this. They have said that the units have to be for people making 60% of the median income, which is less than $50,000. It reduces the potential for speculation because of the greater affordability. And it makes it so that if affordable units are demolished, in order to build these stratas, that at least 2 of them would be replacement units, although I'm tempted to do what one of the speakers suggested and amend it so that it not apply to any rental units. That seems like a good idea too. But anyway, this is just to make sure that 2 of the units are affordable to people making households making 50,000 or less.
Thanks so much, Councillor Swanson. I'm just looking for, when did you send this? What time did you send this at?
Just before supper.
Oh, okay. Sorry, maybe I just missed it in mine. But I'm just going to advance Councillor Kirby-Yung. Oh, sorry. Hang on. I'm going to put everyone back on the queue. Councillor Boyle, Councillor Bly, I'll put you right back on. I had bumped Councillor Kirby-Yung off. Councillor Boyle goes next, and Councillor Bly. Councillor Kirby-Yung, to the amendment.
Thank you. I wonder if I might ask a point of information through you to staff.
Yes. depending on what it is. Yep.
And it's in the context of the amendment and the overall amendment. I'm just trying to get my head around and get some clarity on this notion of a pilot and how and if and when a public hearing process applies to this. And I asked the question in the context of thinking about the MERT pilot program, for example, that did necessitate a rezoning. And I'm just wondering here, where I know we're talking about lesser density, but can you comment as to whether or not, if this were to move forward or if there were to be a pilot project, whether or not there's a public hearing requirement and how that would apply?
Thanks, Chair. Through you.
Go ahead. Yes, please. Sorry. I should have directed the question to Mr. Mokry. Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
Sure. Yeah. Again, Paul Mokry, Deputy City Manager. So, Chair, yeah, through you, this motion, obviously, we have not done a detailed assessment of at this point in time in terms of what would be required for implementation. Obviously, this is a significant change. If there are any concept here that's inconsistent with the existing RS zoning would require, as I understand, again, subject to further evaluation and advice from staff, would require a public hearing at some point in time. But how we, when that happens, the scope of that public hearing, those would all be the issues that we would canvass, going forward, subject to Council's decision on the motion.
Okay, that's very helpful. I appreciate the clarity. That's it for me right now. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thanks. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. I just also have a point of information through you, Chair, to staff, perhaps City Manager, and then planning is.
I think we have the Deputy City Manager tonight. Paul Mokry with us. Yeah.
Yes, Deputy City Manager, is just around the limitations that this amendment could put on the overall amendment moved by the Mayor. Digging into the pro forma, it seems that with land costs and income, it seems fairly dependent on at least $80,000 a year, at least, in order for this to actually work. And I would hate to send staff out to develop a pilot that was destined to fail by design if this amendment were to pass.
Well, I will ask our Deputy City Manager, Paul Mokry, to respond to that. But the way that I read this as the chair of the meeting is that staff would go out and that everything would need to be permanently affordable for households earning $50,000 or less per year. And then if that didn't happen, nothing would be brought forward. So I'm just sharing with you how I'm reading it as chair. And Mr. Mokry, is that how you read
Point of privilege? Swanson here. Point of privilege?
Yes. Councillor Swanson, your point of privilege is?
I'm not seeing the amendment up on my screen. I did send it by email and it's there.
I'm just going to stop Councillor Bly's timer. Councillor Bly, I'll give you back 20 seconds of your time there. And, okay, just a moment. Madam Clerk, is the amendment up on the live screen?
Chair DeGeneva, yes, it is. Councillor Swanson might have to go on to the orange cone to view the amendment.
Yeah,
Councillor Swanson, have you clicked the orange cone? Maybe sometimes you have to reload it. That's happened to me at least.
You mean turn it off and then turn it on again?
Yeah, just refresh it.
We'll have staff contact Councillor Swanson.
Okay. So can we move on, Councillor Swanson? Well,
Yep.
Okay, so I'm just going to start Councillor Bly's timer again. I'll give you a couple more seconds there, Councillor Bly. And I'm going to ask Mr. Mokry, is that how you interpret it, Mr. Mokry? That staff would have to report back only on that, on households earning $50,000 or less per year? That was your question. Is that correct, Councillor Bly?
That's correct.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I mean, I do interpret that as an additional condition on the pilot. Can't speak to feasibility at this point in time, although obviously the more conditions that are placed on this, the more risk there is around feasibility. So, that I would say that definitely is a consideration for council.
Okay, thank you, Chair. That's very helpful. Thank you to the Deputy City Manager. So I can support this for that reason. If I was to support this amendment, I'd have to consider
the implications of the broader amendment brought forward by the mayor and the motion itself. So I have had the opportunity, I'm just going to keep my comments here to this amendment, but I have had the opportunity to go through, and the dependence of this pilot initiative on a particular income ranges and land cost, and even like, this is about home ownership. This isn't about renting. So it would require a down payment of at least 5 to 20%, which is upwards of $100,000. So we're talking about two different things here, apples and oranges. And although I appreciate where Councillor Swanson comes from in these discussions, it doesn't. We can't just apply that advocacy around low-income housing to something that isn't attempting to solve for that. So I can't be supportive of the amendment at this time.
Okay. Councillor Boyle, to the amendment to the amendment.
Yes, thanks. And I also would love to see us, of course, building more housing for households earning $50,000 and less. That is absolutely a need that exists and that we're not meeting adequately enough in the programs that we have. One of the big debates that I hear about this proposal is the balance of enough affordability or public benefit to meet some of the need, but also not such strict affordability requirements that actually nothing gets built ever under it. And so I think we need to balance that out. And I am interested in hearing back from staff about projected land lift and depths of affordability that they think that they could, that this type of pilot could achieve. So I have an amendment coming forward later that looks at how we can get the maximum amount of affordability, but at this point, I can't support being this specific in how we're beginning to design the pilot because, as others have said, I think there's a good chance that what it results in is no below market units actually being built. So again, very supportive of us figuring out how we build housing for this income level. It is absolutely critical, and I don't want to be so specific right now in this pilot before hearing back on the balance of those considerations. Thanks.
Thanks. Mayor Stewart.
Thanks. 2 points. Again, thanks to Councillor Swanson for her advocacy. First thing I'd say is that the way it's worded now doesn't exclude this kind of work. So if staff viewing the debate tonight say that they might find ways to, increase affordability for purchase, that of course is not excluded. So if this amendment doesn't pass, and I won't be voting for it, doesn't mean that they can't explore this. Secondly, Portland isn't the best place to look, just because their lot costs are a lot less. So what the figures you got from Portland, they may have more, looks like less, it would cost less per unit, or the household income that's needed to afford would be less because their lot costs are a lot lower in that city, and then of course the surrounding suburban areas to which this also applies. So thanks for the sentiment, but I'll be voting against this. And again, it's just a pilot. Like it is just it's just for staff to report back on a potential pilot if this is passed. So thanks. I won't be voting for this.
Councillor Carr.
Yes, I'd like to ask a question, a point of information through you, Madam Chair, to staff.
Go ahead and state the question.
Yep. Great, thank you. So my question is, how does staff interpret the original wording, the city's middle income households? What's the income range that staff interpret
as you know, this is a member motion, so we, Mr.
My understanding, Madam Chair, is that the term middle income households is used by staff, and in our reports, I'd like to know what the income range is, please.
Well, we'll see if the deputy city manager can answer that. We have Paul Mokry, the deputy city manager, here with us tonight, and can you answer that question, Mr. Mokry?
Thanks, Madam Chair. My apologies, Council. Off the top of my head, I'm not able to answer that, but let me see if we can get that answer to you quickly here.
I would appreciate that. And so just to speak to this amendment, I want to, first of all, say that I just took the time to look up in the Metrovan Housing Data Book, the most recent one, which has the best data on housing that one could imagine. Household income of home owners in Vancouver is $88,427. And I note that this particular amendment is in the context of a part of the, this amendment to the amendment is in the context of an amendment which states it being market strata units, not rental units. I understand that $50,000 is the median income of renter households, but that's not what this is asking for. It's about strata units, which are ownership units. And so the most recent information I have is 88,000, as I say, from the Metrovan Housing Data Book. And perhaps by the end of our discussion, I can have the answer back on what middle income households mean, because if that is in the range of the 88,000, I'd much prefer to see the original language rather, which I think is more realistic.
We don't usually do that with member motions, but I mean, since it's been offered, I'll allow it. It's just, Mr. Mokri, if you do it for one, you have to do it for all councillors on their questions on member motions. And I know there's the process we can choose to go through, council, but appreciate that information is coming. So is that all, Councillor Carr, to this?
It is.
Okay, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just going to speak generally to this and say that with respect to this amendment, to the amendment, as well as the mayor's amendment, I think this is exemplifying a process that I'm increasingly uncomfortable with, which is trying to design housing policy on the floor, as opposed to, I think, what one of the speakers said eloquently earlier about bringing forth good ideas and then having them fully and thoughtfully developed. I've heard two councillors now say this is not about rental housing, and yet in the mayor's motion, it has included and added now rental housing. Says on point number 3, explores the feasibility of including market and below market rental options. So we're now attempting collectively through this process to throw in income limits, to throw in not just a home ownership and provide the missing middle. Now we're throwing in market rental. And I think this exemplifies to me, I think, the pitfalls and challenges of trying to design complex housing policy on the fly at council. So I'm making that general observation, I think perhaps to steer and clarify the conversation that this is much broader now, because it does include a note exploration of rental also. And, you know, for that reason, and specifically staying on this amendment, I think we add a lot more constraints on here as opposed to trying to give staff a good idea that they could come forward with exploring some of the key questions here around, could this actually be delivered for affordability? What does that income look like? Is it financially feasible for somebody to do it? Do they have to already own the land? Versus what does the pickup actually look like? We've had discussions and comments from one speaker around owner-occupied land. I think that's a really important point that's not referenced in here. So those are my comments right now. I think that we're going to end up in a whole whack of amendments, and ultimately I think that we need to be able to give staff the opportunity to construct something that takes the spirit of what's trying to be achieved here. So I don't support the specific amendment on the 50K at this time for the reasons I've stated. That's it at the moment. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Councillor Dejanova.
Sorry, Councillor Herdwick. Yes, I was on mute. Apologies.
Okay, 10 seconds into my timing.
Yeah, I will give you 10 seconds back.
I appreciate what Councillor Swanson's trying to do here, and what, in fact, this does is demonstrates clearly that the economics don't work. You know, this is the problem with the mayor's amendment, and this is a problem with the larger motion. If we increase the yield from a piece of land, we raise its value. And therefore, this is going to continue to have an impact on inflationary land lift. The numbers just will not work for people in households earning 100K or less a year. Moreover, it's going to just contribute more to inflationary land lift and the affordability problem that we genuinely do have. So as much as I would like to support you on this, Councillor Swanson, if anything, I think what your amendment has done here is really shone a light on the fact that the economics just do not work for housing affordability. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I don't see anyone else on the queue, so I will call the vote right now on the amendment to the amendment. Okay, and Councillor Weeb and Councillor Fry, if you could please vote on screen. All right, and that fails with, in opposition, Councillor Carr, Mayor Stewart, Councillor Weeb, Councillor Carr, Mayor Stewart, Councillor Weeb, Councillor Boyle, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Bly, Councillor Kirby-Yung, and myself. Okay, and that brings us back to the amendment, and it has not been amended. Councillor Swanson, anything more? Councillor Swanson? Councillor Swanson, can you hear me? Madam Clerk, do we have Councillor?
That's good. That's good.
Okay. That's fine? Okay, thanks. Councillor Boyle.
Thank you, Chair DiGenova. So I also circulated some amendments to the amendment, and I'm just going to walk through them piece by piece. In point I have struck out market strata units, suggesting that we look at up to 4 units with an additional 2 below market units.
Councillor Boyle, I'm just going to move us to an amendment Q2 here, okay?
Sure.
Thanks so much. There we go. All right, and I'll advance you and go ahead.
I remember one of the first presentations this new council had was from Urbanarium on the missing middle, and one of the projects that stood out most for me was a single unit co-op proposal with 6 units. And so striking out market strata is in part to make sure that we're getting these options on the table as well. I think that we need to move beyond holding up home ownership as the assumed dream for middle class and middle income earners. That is not the reality for everyone, though, of course, it may be a goal for some, and to have those options, great. But many residents in our city won't ever go that way, and still are middle income earners, and still are lacking in housing options that suit and are affordable for them. So that is the point in I of striking out market strata. And then as well, I've added language hoping that staff can be really clear in how they outline the calculations done around land lift and how to maximize public benefit in terms of permanent affordability in the below market units. And again, this is to the conversation I've been hearing in the public about how deep we can require that affordability without making the whole program moot, because it just doesn't pencil out for anyone. So I think it's really helpful for the public to have an understanding of how we get to the numbers that we get to in the balance of land lift and affordability. 2 more points down in point 4, I have suggested restricting new builds to the same height. And then below that added that we consider, again, as part of the pilot that staff, that we are requesting staff draw up, that we consider increasing height allowances because it would allow for fully accessible ground floor units, and we know there is a big need for and lack of universally accessible housing units across the city. And so if going up a little bit in height allows an increase in accessible units, I think it's worth considering as part of this pilot, or having on the books for how we go, where we go with this pilot. And as well as we've heard from speakers on many items in the past, there are reductions in embodied greenhouse gas emissions and reduction in cost from avoiding digging out deep basements. The next amendment is simply asking that we aim for simplicity in our regulations, so that a family, a current homeowner, a group of friends could undertake a pilot project like this, and that it's not limited just to those with experience, with expertise as developers. Next, I added an amendment that we consult with the community housing sector to inform how those affordable units could be rolled out. Again, I've heard some concern about them being sold on the market, below market, and whether that might favor the children of an existing homeowner, or how those remain perpetually affordable if incomes change and whatnot. We have so much local wealth of knowledge in our community housing sector about managing affordable units, selecting tenants, all of that. And I'd like them to be part of that conversation in figuring out how we both do it well and do it in a way that ensures a good level of public trust. And lastly, in 6, just added that this pilot should be spread equitably across the city. We have heard a lot about the number of new rental buildings being proposed in East Vancouver versus the west side of the city. And I think this is a great opportunity to be looking at how this project works in all of our neighborhoods and learning from and moving from there. That is it for me, Chair.
Thanks. Councillor Bly.
Thanks, Chair. Through you, I have a point of information to the Deputy City Manager.
Okay, we'll ask the question, and then we'll figure out where that goes.
Sure. I mean, I really am trying to gauge the level of blood pressure, I guess, of the Deputy City Manager as we contemplate such broad amendments. I'm not suggesting I disagree with them, but to Councillor Kirby-Young's point, and the reality of this particular pilot and the economics being so stringent and tight, my concern here is the cost of administering something like this. Let's say we do a pilot of 100 properties and we only have 3 or 4, but the city take on the amount of work that's in these amendments to administer these projects and as a pilot. I'm starting to see an enormous amount of sort of an expansion of scope in terms of the pilot specifically, and that, you know, the question out there is what would be the uptake on this? And not that I don't disagree with the points that Councillor Boyle has made, I'm bringing this back to, at this stage, the viability of the pilot if we were to enable the complexity that's within these amendments here.
So what I understand you're asking, and let me know if this isn't correct. And Mr. Mokry, maybe you can try this. We have our Deputy City Manager, Paul Mokry, here. But you're asking if this would put too many limitations, and if this pretty much is reporting back what staff would report back to us. This is just further, instead of asking them to bring back pilots to us, it's asking them to be more specific in bringing this back, correct?
Yes, I mean, pilots inherently are sort of simple in nature in order to be able to execute, and this is not simple.
Okay, so is this very specific, and does this change things quite a bit from what staff had originally thought? Mr. Mokry, can I put you on the spot and ask you that on behalf of Councillor Bly there?
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I mean, certainly as a pilot, the number of different parameters or restrictions will increase the complexity of it. Obviously, we're seeing all this now kind of in real time. So it's very difficult to kind of assess. I mean, we would certainly, one of the dimensions of our report back would be the cost of administration and resourcing and complexity and so on. You know, as a general kind of point of advice for council, I think for staff, setting considerations as opposed to specific parameters may give us more room to operate here. But of course, that's council's decision to make.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you to the deputy city manager. And because these amendments are not asking for considerations, but are really sending a very clear direction, if this were to pass, I'm sorry, Mayor, I wouldn't be able to support your amendment because I think that we are underestimating the amount of work for the return, meaning cost-benefit analysis, the cost to us to administer this versus the return. And I still feel very unclear the impact on speculation given these amendments. So I won't be supporting them at this time.
Mayor Stewart.
Thanks so much. Just a couple things that might help clarify here. You know, how you secure the one or two units that are removed from the market is through covenants, and that's a fairly standard practice. So it's not that complex, and I understand from my discussions with the brief discussions with the legal team at the city, but much more extensive discussions with real estate lawyers outside the city, that this is indeed a common and possible thing to do. The addition of point 7, it's really just asking to consult with the community housing sector to explore. Like, so it's not, you know, it could be a couple of conversations with folks that we should be having anyway, and that would just be on the list of questions that are asked. So I actually think I agree with these amendments. I don't think it changes the spirit of what's being approved here and considered here, but I actually think it enhances it quite a lot. The reason I had restrictions to the same height as a residential home was I know from the 2 years of council debates that we conserving, you know, some of the characteristics of existing neighborhoods is important, and so that's what I was trying to do. And talking with a number of the folks that did pro formas for me, that was about the height they needed to do these units. But I'm okay if, again, staff is just exploring what this might look like, and we would get a range of proposals. So to Councillor Bly's concern, I don't know how much extra work this does really for staff, and a consultation with the community housing sector would have to happen anyway. So those are my thoughts, and I'll be voting in favor of this.
I understand I have about 20 seconds left, Chair, and I just wanted to point out that these amendments include language like report back, consider, aim for, consult. So I do think these are worth looking at as we develop a pretty important pilot project, and I don't think that they are prescriptive in terms of narrowing down where we might land on this project.
Thanks. And that's your time, Councillor Boyle. Thanks so much. And now let's vote on this amendment to the amendment, seeing that there's no one else on the queue. Please vote on screen, Council. Just one moment. Okay, and Councillor Swanson, could you please register your vote?
Can I have a vote assist in favor?
Yes, I'll ask the clerk. Could you please assist Councillor Swanson and vote in favor, or with her vote in favor? Thank you. Okay, and that passes with in opposition with Councillor Hardwick, Councillor Bly, and Councillor Kirby-Yung. Okay, and that takes us back to Amendment Q1. Councillor Boyle, anything further?
I'll just say I am very interested to hear back on this. I appreciate the point the mayor made that we should be trying things, testing them out, seeing where it goes. We are certainly not tackling the housing crisis with the kind of urgency that I heard people ask us for during the election. At this speed that we've been passing things, I'm very interested in seeing how we move forward and looking at more affordable housing options in our lowest density neighborhoods across the city. Also lines up well with the kinds of walkable, complete communities that we have talked about related to a number of motions. I think that this is a step worth exploring, and I'm really looking forward to hearing from staff on what they come back with.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Okay, Councillor Carr.
Yes,
okay,
thanks, Madam Chair.
There you go.
Yeah. So I have also provided a set of amendments to
and we're on the amendment queue here, Councillor Carr. To the mayor's amendment. Okay, just wanted to make sure it's amendment to the amendment.
Well, you didn't quite let me finish. I provided some amendments to the mayor's amendment. And forwarded those to council a while ago. So I'll just go through those.
I'll move us to amendment Q2 then. And then I will add you to the queue, Chair, Councillor Carr. So these are amendments to the mayor's amendment, just to be clear.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
That's what's up on the screen.
I'll start your timer now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So first of all, I just want to say that I don't necessarily agree with some of the assumptions in what the mayor has stated in his amendment. For example, I don't think all RT residential zones are unaffordable. And in fact, I think the RT zones have enabled an unbelievable amount of affordability using conditional zoning, especially in places like Kitsilano, RT7, RT8 zoning, where there was a real incentive through conditional requirements to retain, or conditional advantages to retain character homes, and then add in units and suites. And that's with a lot of affordable units and rental apartments for that reason. So what I've done, because I really think that conditional zoning is a fabulous zoning within Vancouver to do this, I've added the word conditionally, allowing, to the first clause of the mayor's amendment. I've also added heritage or character home designation to the fourth clause, because I don't believe we want to be enabling or promoting the knocking down of more character homes. We're already losing enough. Not only do they offer the opportunity of more affordability, but I really believe strongly that actually retaining those older homes is very important from a climate perspective, because of the embodied emissions. And new builds are taking or are generating a lot more GHGs. So if we can retain, that would be better. And I've also changed the language to not necessarily say up to 100 projects. I'm not sure what that number is, but a limited number. And it could be, I don't know what the number could be, but I think we need to have a discussion with the public about it. Anyway, it is a limited number of projects, and my fourth change was already done by Councillor Boyle, so you don't need to consider that one. So there's just 3 changes there. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Kirby-Young, to the amendment.
Yeah, I just have a
to the amendment to the amended amendment.
I have a point of order, just for clarification, trying to keep us clear on this tonight, both for council on screen as well as the public. Is the language that we're seeing is amending the non-amended amendment? Should we not have the amended amendment on screen and changes to that? This is the amendment brought forward by Mercer prior to it being amended.
Is that maybe a point of information or a point of privilege? Because unless you have a point of a procedural bylaw.
I believe it's a point of procedure. That normally we have to be amending whatever.
Point of parliamentary procedure, yes. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. So I will stop your timer for that, and I will ask the clerk. Madam Clerk, how much time would you need would you need a new amendment sent in or would this just be changed within the language, the new amended language, and how long would that take?
Point of privilege, Madam Chair?
I'm on a point of parliamentary procedure right now, so I'll have that answered first.
Great, thank you.
Chair DeGenova, staff are just incorporating the changes into the amended amendment that was passed earlier. So it's just going to take a couple minutes. We'll reflect that shortly.
Okay. So just, should we take a short recess, 2-3 minutes, or?
We can send that over shortly. So maybe if council can continue the question, we'll have that projected shortly.
Okay, well, we're on a new amendment to the amendment, and I understand that council would like to see that up. So I'm just going to say that we should probably, council, take a very short recess. But before we do that, Councillor Carr, you had a point of privilege.
Yes, it was just that, of course, the previous amendment was just done and voted on. I didn't have that language. It's sort of, my point of privilege is I can't amend something that has happened just moments before. So
are you satisfied with?
I'm satisfied with the. I am satisfied with the clerk's suggestion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Okay. So the clerk suggested we just, keep going. I'm concerned that Councillor Young, you had.
I'm fine. I just had the point of procedure at the moment. Thank you. Yes, I'm finished.
Should we be debating something that's not?
I'm going to wait to see it on screen. Thank you.
Yeah. We can't see. Are you okay with that? Okay. Just wanted to make sure. So, do you have anything else to say on this?
No, I said I'm going to wait to see it on screen, Madam Chair. So.
Okay, Mayor Stewart.
Thanks so much. Again, just going back to how this all started, Councilor Dominato's excellent motion here, and just adding what I thought was a little more specificity. Sorry, Councilor DeGenova, you're kind of breaking up. Is that me or you?
Council, I think Chair DeGenova is having some technical issues. Maybe it would be great if we can take a 2-minute recess so we can sort her out. Councilor DeGenova, are you back online? You're still breaking up, so we'll just take a quick recess if that's okay with council.
Yes, Rosemary, that would be great. I'd appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilor DeGenova, are you on the line?
Can you hear me now, Rosemary?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, everything froze on me and I lost my internet connection, but I am back. Thank you.
Chair DeGenova, maybe I can just explain what council is seeing on the screen here. The yellow highlight red text is the amendment from Councillor Boyle that was voted on and carried, and the green text is the amendment from Councillor Carr. Hopefully that's clear now.
If it's not, I'm sure someone will declare a point of privilege. Mayor Stewart, thanks for hanging in there. I'm waiting for me to get reconnected. Did you want to go ahead?
Sure. Thanks so much. Just again, as I was saying, that my amendment was just to add a little bit of extra detail to Councillor Dominato's excellent motion, and to get the ball rolling. And I did hope this would be a collaborative effort, like we're so famous for now. Is us all putting our thoughts in through a sometimes lengthy, but I think important amendment process. On Councillor Carr's amendments, I think these are fine as far as I'm concerned. I understand the wanting to protect the character homes as we go through this pilot project, and that limits the range, but not so much so. And I think it's perfectly fine to have staff give a suggestion as to how many how many projects would be considered. We've had up to 100 with the laneway, I believe, but with MERP it was 20, so somewhere in between that range would be good. And the conditionally, I think that's a fine addition. And again, it would be staff that come back with a report that determine that. So I'm happy to support this amendment to the amendment.
Thanks. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'm hoping to ask a point of information, Chair, through you, around to get clarity on the addition of the word conditionally. I'm hoping, as a point of information, the city clerk the deputy city manager.
City manager, yeah. So if you ask the question, I'll send it over to him, and we'll see if he can answer it.
Great. I'm hoping he could clarify what it will mean, practically speaking, to conditionally allow rather than to simply allow as part of a pilot project if there are more processes internally in the city that would go through.
Thanks. With us, we have our Deputy City Manager, Paul Mokry. Mr. Mokry, can you, we're putting you on the spot. Can you answer that?
Thanks, Chair. Again, difficult to provide a precise answer. I apologize for that, Council. I mean, generally, conditional zoning would require more assessment or involve some additional process to apply conditions and make decisions on those conditions. So it creates additional flexibility, but that would require potentially some additional decision making. Beyond that, this would obviously be something that staff would have to look into in detail and provide council with some advice on.
Okay, thank you.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, I have another point of information through you to the city manager, if deputy city manager, if you allow, which is if we have an estimate of the number of designated character homes that exist across the city.
I'm sorry, Council, through the chair, I don't have that information at hand. I'm not sure if we have that. As I understand, character homes are based on an assessment. It's not like Heritage where there's an established list. So I'm not sure that number would even exist. But I don't have it to provide council at this time. Sorry.
Okay, that is fair. That would that's a lot to ask to pull that number out of nowhere. So I guess I will just say I can live with these amendments. I guess I'm not thrilled about them. This feels already with 100 projects and designated specifically as a pilot project, and already with some considerations about loss of rental and heritage designation and loss of trees. Like we're managing a lot of pieces around this. I do have concern that an additional level of paperwork and regulation makes it harder for this type of project to go forward, as an aging couple in a family home that wants to rebuild or stratify to make it more units so that they can stay in place, or a group of friends who wants to go into a project together. I think adding more layers of challenge and regulation will make it harder for those types of residents to engage in the pilot, and more likely that it is simply developers. And similarly, I just am comfortable with the number of 100 and don't feel we need to say a limited number. So I won't be supporting these, though ultimately am still supportive of us trying this project out.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Okay, seeing no one else on the queue, I will call the vote on this. Please vote on screen, Council. Okay, and that passes with Councillor Swanson and Councillor Boyle in opposition. Councillor Carr, anything further?
No, I'm good. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Councillor Hardwick, to the amendment that's been amended. Councillor Hardwick?
Sorry about that. So we're back to the mayor's.
The amendment that has been amended, yes. The mayor's amendment has been amended.
Can I ask a question of the mayor?
Yes, it's happened in meetings before, so I'll allow it.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, you mentioned in your preamble that your motivation here was evidence-based policy making, quote unquote. On what data are you basing this? What evidence are you using, please?
What evidence am I using to propose a pilot project for 100 projects in a city with 68,000 lots? You know, I'm looking at different ways that we can build affordability.
That doesn't answer the question of what data have you looked at on which to base this?
Pro formas from various experts, legal opinions, polling data, election results.
But no actual data on demand of population growth and the data that we've been looking for.
Councillor Hardwick, ask questions, and I know we're in debate, Councillor Hardwick, but I'd ask you to ask questions of the mayor and give him time to respond as well. Thanks.
Okay, well, I'm asking for data on which, if it's evidence-based policy making, I'd like to know where the data has come from, which is the evidence.
Census statistics, data we get from the city. You know, when I proposed this and put it in the public, the head of the CMHC retweeted how excited he was about this, and I think that's pretty good evidence that this is going in the right direction. The head of the top housing agency in the country is supportive of us trying a pilot project. And so I don't see what the aversion is, and I don't think anybody in this city would argue that it's affordable. So we've got to do something to try to make it more affordable, and that's what this pilot is suggesting, as is the original motion too. So, you know, I understand you have a difference of opinion there, but the data is pretty clear.
Well, the data is, again, it's not just a difference of opinion. We don't have the data on which to be making that.
We have housing prices, Councillor Hardwick.
We have an affordability crisis, that's for sure. No argument there. My next question, have staff commented on your amendment?
Yes, I've had some input from staff, but this is mainly done through external experts.
In the property development industry?
All kinds of folks.
Sure. Why did you include RT zones when they were already provide a lot of quote unquote missing middle housing?
I wanted to provide staff with a broad range of options as they're going forward and using their expertise to help develop this pilot project. That's why our SNRT.
Do you acknowledge that RT zones already include a lot of missing middle housing?
I think there is some there, but again, if you ask the average Vancouverite, is housing affordable in the city? I think they would say it isn't. It might be if you own it already, but if you're the 50% of the city that's renters, I think most folks would say it's unaffordable, and we've got to find a different way to to make possible for people to purchase housing in the city.
I have a point of procedure to the chair. This is Councillor Bly. I'm just curious. Is this a point of information back and forth, or what's happening right now?
I allowed Councillor Hardwick, just as Chair Carr has allowed before, and Mayor Stewart has allowed, to ask questions of the mayor. Mayor Stewart, you
I just thought it was through
no
you.
Obligation.
I thought it was through you as the chair.
It's Councillor Hardwick's time. So it wasn't a point of technical, it was a point of information, but I said I'd allow it. And I said I didn't want it to be a back and forth and into debate. But Mayor Stewart also knows that he does, and I'm sorry if I didn't make this implicit, but Mayor Stewart, yes.
Sounds like a future mayoral debate, doesn't it? Doesn't it like see in 2022?
Okay, all right.
So I just still have a question for the mayor.
No more questions, Councillor Hardwick. I think you've run out of rope there. So can you reel it back in for your last? I'll give you back 20 seconds. But Councillor Bly, it's been allowed before. So I guess maybe at the next chairs meeting that'll be discussed. But thanks, Councillor Bly. I was trying to listen and watch carefully, but thanks. Go ahead. Councillor Hardwick, did you want to use your last 30 seconds to ask another question, or are you good to?
Have you considered the inflationary land lift cost of 100 lots, 2 projects per neighborhood, compared what that would do in terms of having the opposite effect of exacerbating the affordability problem through inflationary land lift?
Up to you if you want to answer that.
Sure. With 68,000 lots in the city, 100 is a drop in the bucket. It's much, much less than 1%. Plus, within the project, the extra units, the affordable units are they're protected from speculation. So that would dampen any potential land lift. And again, it's such a small pilot project that I doubt it. I doubt it would have any impact.
All right. Well, this is turning into debate, so I'll cede the floor.
That is, you didn't leave very much time, and I did let Councillor Bly have some time for a point of information there. I'm sorry, Councillor Dominato and Councillor Swanson, I'll put you back on the queue after Councillor Kirby-Yung, Councillor Swanson, and Councillor Dominato. Councillor Kirby-Yung, to the mayor's amendment. Everyone, please remember, we're not on the main queue. We're on the amendment.
Okay, so just to, keep it fun, I sent in an amendment to the amendment on the floor now, which the clerk should have. I sent it in by email, and it's just really being responsive to the dialogue that I'm hearing around the table about council wanting to, if we move forward with something, to do it if it's feasible, that it's actually going to deliver on the objectives and the goals of that. And so just sort of nuancing the language change, I think it's coming up there, to change it to develop and report back with a standalone rapid start pilot project to report back on the feasibility of. So we know if we can get to a very clear indicator from staff as to whether or not they think that a pilot project of this nature would actually achieve the affordability goals that I think are shared by council, because I think what I'm hearing around the table is that there is a real desire to do something that is actually going to work, that is going to deliver on those outcomes and those goals, and we're actually going to see the participation and the pickup on it and have a reasonable aspiration that it would deliver on those goals. So that is the spirit of the amendment, and you can see that language on the screen there. So it adds strikes, develop, and it adds on the feasibility of, and strikes with us.
Is that all, Councillor?
That is all. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Swanson, to the amended amendment.
Not go to an amendment queue, a second amendment queue?
Oh. My apologies, sorry. Are we not going to a second amendment queue? I'm just waiting for this to come up on my screen here.
I wasn't on for the amendment to that, for the latest amendment.
Yes, my apologies. There we go. We okay. And let's remember, these are amendments to the mayor's amendment, not amendments to the main motion. Just want to make sure we don't get into a situation where they're going in the wrong place, please, Council. So, Councillor Kirby-Yung, you should be on there, correct?
Well, I spoke to the amendment already, Madam Chair. Did you need
me to take everyone off the queue and put you back on, or?
No, I spoke to it.
Yeah,
that was Councillor Bly looking for a Second Amendment queue.
Yeah, Councillor Bly, I brought up the Second Amendment queue.
Okay, great.
And I just wanted to make sure I gave Councillor Kirby-Young the option if she wanted, because she is the mover of the amendment. So is it okay where you are in the queue, Councillor Bly? I announced it. Moved up where I was reading the amendment. Thanks.
It's fine.
Okay. Councillor Boyle.
I will just say briefly that I won't be supporting this amendment. My understanding of the language as it is that staff will look at how to make it feasible and report back with a proposal. So I don't think that this adds anything, and I have a bit of worry that it slows things down. And at this point in the housing crisis, at this point halfway through our council term, I'd really like us to try something. So I'd rather the original language and have staff report back with, here are the numbers and here's how we propose it could work, rather than stalling further. So I won't be supporting the amendment.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Fry.
I'm going to support this amendment, but I really want to highlight how troubled and disturbed I am with this entire process. And I note that one of the mayor's earlier, the original amendment had changed from his subsequent amendment, which had develop and report back, and then it was identified on the screen as just develop without report back. And then Councillor Kirby-Young has added that other language. I think this Frankensteining of a motion together with various different amendments is very messy, very, very fraught. And I really find it problematic that speakers to this motion earlier weren't given an opportunity to speak to the amendments that were coming down the pipe. So I really want to highlight that this is not best practice. And I thought we were going to try and do better as a council on this kind of practice. I don't think Frankensteining a motion together with this many parts is any way appropriate. So I'm going to support this because I think that we need to just pull back on this. I think there's a lot of work that we're asking staff to do. I'm very, very worried that we're not even giving a clear signal here because we're adding so many amendments on the fly. So grateful to Councillor Kirby-Young for reeling this in a little bit with this amendment. Thank you.
Mayor Stewart.
Yeah, well, this just looks like another delay to me. I won't vote to delay work. We're 2 years into our mandate. The main issue in the city is housing affordability. I think we've done a lot on, and we continue to do on for folks that are vulnerable populations, but we really haven't done anything in terms of ideas to make housing more affordable for those who want to purchase it in the middle income round. So this, to me, adds another report before the report. So I won't be voting for this. This will add months and months onto it. I would just suggest if you don't like the amendment, as it's structured and as we've been discussing and adding, then you can just vote against it. So I won't be supporting this.
Thanks, Mayor Stewart. Councillor Bly.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So a couple things that come up for me specifically. Well, I'm going to be supporting this, and there's reasons for it. I have a number of questions out of the due diligence of research leading up to this meeting tonight that have a lot of unanswered questions. So we talk about land value capture, protects against speculation, but we don't know the best way to do that. Are covenants better? It's expensive to administer. Or are we better to do a second mortgage? And if we do, who manages the second mortgage? Is it in our PAF? Is it on city financing? Do we partner with BC Housing? Do we look at shared equity? Like, how do we actually manage this? The goal is to keep it simple. Otherwise, we're going to be increasing, our sort of overall city operating budget in order to administer a super complicated housing pilot that really seems the jury's out on whether or not there'll be any uptake. So that's one piece of it. I looked at the pro forma myself, and the pro forma for an $80,000 a year income requires $136,000 as a down payment at 20%. So two problems there. People who earn $80,000 a year families that earn $80,000 a year living in Vancouver, how long is it going to take for them to save $136,000 for a down payment? I'm going to say at least 15 or 20 years for some modest savings with cost of living in Vancouver. The second part of that is whether or not they can, this type of pilot, as far as the pro forma shows me, I'm not an expert in pro forma. I went and spent an hour with somebody and really tried to understand it. Depends on a land cost of $1.5 million. So to me, that means that this pilot really only affordable far east, probably of Nanaimo, if at all. So then we're going to have the staff costs to go through. And so, I'm really looking at this in terms of, first of all, I appreciate the mayor's comments to kicking something down the road, but we've kicked many decisions down the road that would be addressing critical, urgent issues in the city, naming Strathcona Park as being one of them right now, where that was a motion that provided a real clear direction. And we said, no, we want staff to report back on that. And now we have this, and this is just simply saying, let's just understand the feasibility really, because I think as a council, a mayor and council, we want to be seen as doing something that can actually deliver, not just doing something for the sake of being seen to be doing something. So I want to know that we're not going to overpromise and underdeliver on this pilot, because I think it's a good idea. And then the finally thing is,
if there's a point of order, yes.
Yeah, I think those comments are impugning my integrity.
Chair. I do need a
9.3.
9.3. Okay, thank you. All right.
It's not trying to be seen to be doing something. This is actually trying to do something. So I'm
not imputing the mayor.
No. Councillor Bly, point of order. I just have to hear that. So, Mayor Stewart, you're talking about impugning someone's motive. 9.3.
Yeah, that's right. I'm not trying.
I'm just trying to be fair with everybody has to list a section. So, Councillor Bly, I just ask you to maybe share your own opinions, not opinions about.
Absolutely. No problem.
Thank you.
And so, no problem. I would see this as anything that this council votes on and passes as a deliverable of council, which is where I was coming from, not anyone specifically. So, because that's the filter by which I make my decisions, that once something passes, it's everybody's initiative, not one person. So the final thing is I think we're really committed here to good process and good policies over politics, to be quite honest. And I feel like this process has been called into question by other city councillors and our speakers who came to speak that couldn't actually speak to this part, which is significant and could have been moved as a separate motion. And I'm not critiquing, I'm just saying we're learning as we're going here. And so for all of those reasons, I feel quite comfortable supporting that we simply hear back, which is what the deputy city manager had also commented, that as we've amended this on the floor, on the fly, it certainly creates a lot of complexities to being able to have staff confidently go out and execute on something that has been put together by a number of amendments. So I support the report back and I look forward to it because I think this kind of housing option is very interesting. But just because other parties have supported it in principle, we actually need to understand what it means when it comes to economics that are specific to Vancouver. So I support the amendment and look forward to the report back.
Okay, Council, I'm going to take us to a vote on this. Please vote on screen.
Supply here. I've been logged out of the remote desktop, so I'll need a vote assist in favor.
Thanks so much. And I am sorry. There we go. Just bringing I had to vote myself here, and that passes. In opposition, Mayor Stewart, Councillor Swanson, and Councillor Boyle. And Council, I'm going to ask you to bear with me. I was just thinking maybe it's 8 p.m. and I know we have some more amendments to the. I'm not sure if it's the amendment to the main motion, but I'm going to suggest we take a 5-minute recess. to stretch our legs and have a restroom break. That's, unless I hear anyone else saying that's not okay, that's what I'm going to suggest. Is that all right? Councillor Bly, are you on the queue for that?
I have a point of procedure. Are we still to vote on the main motion?
Yes, we still have to, but we're still on an amendment, and there's other amendments possibly to the amendment, so we could be on this motion for quite some time.
Okay.
Councillor Swanson, were you on to speak to that?
I have another amendment when we come back from the break.
Oh, of course. That I figured there'd be lots of amendments. That's why I suggested we just take a 5-minute break and just asking to bear with me, Council. I'm not feeling 100% here tonight, so just trying to make sure that I have a glass of water with me and all of that, and like to go refill it. So, Councillor Bly, were you back on the queue?
No, I just can't take myself off the queue.
Oh, okay.
Thanks.
Sorry about that.
Great.
Thanks. All right. So it's 8:03. Council will be back at 8:08, and thanks so much. Thank you. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I submitted another amendment. This one was suggested by Stuart Smith. I thought it was a good idea. Just to add on that.
So I will move us to an amendment Q2 there. Councillor Swanson, I'm just going to add you to that. And there we go.
So this is just to say that these changes would only apply to owner-occupied housing. And the reason for that would be so we're not demolishing existing rentals that are maybe a little bit affordable.
Councillor Swanson, we don't have your amendment.
Oh.
Did you send it?
Yep.
Can you tell me what time it was sent at so I can find it here?
Here, I'll send it again. I sent it at 7:25, but I just sent it again.
I'm just going to ask, does the clerk have that amendment? I'll stop your timer, Councillor Swanson, when we find out if the clerk has that.
Yes, we have it now.
Applies only to
I just wanted to wait and see. Just a moment,
Chair DeGenova,
Madam
we
Clerk?
do have it now. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Councillor Swanson, okay to start your time again?
Sure.
Okay, go ahead.
So yeah, it just says that this would apply only to owner-occupied housing so that no existing rentals are demolished. And the purpose of that would be to maintain the existing affordability that we have and not jeopardize anyone's security of tenure. This was suggested by Stuart Smith, one of the speakers. I thought it was a good idea. That's it for me.
Okay, and I don't see anyone on the queue, so I will call the vote. Please vote on screen, Council. Okay, and Councillor Bly and Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Bly, did you need a vote assist? Councillor Bly, do you need a vote assist by any chance? Or can you vote on screen, please? I'm not sure what just happened, Madam Clerk. Can you confirm? I didn't touch anything, but the vote disappeared.
Chair DeGenova, it's just me trying to turn my mic on. Councillor Bly has not joined the meeting yet. So I'm just trying to find out if she's coming back to vote.
Okay, so we'll just hold things where we are because we're in a vote. Thanks.
Okay, you can proceed now.
Okay, thanks very much. And we have all of the votes registered, Council, and that passes with unanimous support. Then I'm going to bring us back to Councillor Swanson. Anything more?
Nope, that's good.
Councillor Dominato, to Mayor Stewart's amendment as amended.
Sorry, Madam Chair. Sorry, I think I'm supposed to be on the main queue, not this one. So.
Okay, so you wanted to move back to the main queue?
Yeah.
Okay.
But, yeah, I have nothing further on this.
All right. Mayor Stewart.
Just to be clear, we're now at the...
You're at the main queue, Mayor Stewart.
Right, okay. So I actually have a point of information for staff.
Okay.
Chair DeGenova, sorry to interrupt, Mayor Stewart. We are on the amended amendment.
Sorry, my apologies. We are on the amended amendment. I had thought Councillor Dominato, actually, Madam Clerk, can we just do a check-in? So we had Councillor Dominato on the queue. I asked her if she was speaking to the amended amendment. She was the only person there. She said she meant to be on the main queue. There was no other people on the main or on that queue, so I moved us to the main queue. Now I'm back in amendment Q1, and I see Mayor Stewart on to close his amendment. I'm fine with that, if that's okay procedurally, Madam Clerk.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, thanks. Mayor Stewart.
I don't think I actually get to close on an amendment, so I won't, and I'll just hold my comments for the main queue.
Okay. You were out of time almost anyway.
That's right. Yep.
Thanks. All right. Main queue. Mayor Stewart, you're on the main queue.
Chair DeGenova, we would have to take a vote on the amendment that was amended several times.
Yes. Okay. We have to take a final vote on the amendment as amended. Does everyone do we have that up on the screen as it is in its entirety? I don't quite see that all completely here, Madam Chair.
Yes, we do have it on the screen. You might have to look at your orange cone.
Yeah. Just wanted to make sure everyone had the ability to do that. And I don't see anyone else on the queue, so we'll call a vote.
Point of privilege. If that could just be, the font could be enlarged for the main screen, please, just so we can read it a little easier.
Okay, and would you like a minute to read it then before I call the vote, because no one's on here and I don't want to be accused of calling the vote before you read it? Councillor Carr?
Give me 30 seconds. Thank you.
30 seconds. Okay. Is that all right now, Councillor Carr?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So, Council, I'm going to call the vote on the amended amendment. My apologies. I lost track of how many amendments we had. So, please vote on screen. And okay, and that Councillor Bly, okay, not voted, Councillor Bly? You had voted?
I'm trying to vote, Chair, but
okay. Oh, sorry. Okay. I just saw that. Okay. So vote assist. Okay. Vote assist, please, Madam Chair. Thank you. Okay. And that passes with unanimous support. My apologies for that. Now we are back to the main queue. Mayor Stewart. To the amended motion.
Great. Thanks very much, everybody, for indulging that. And I think we've done some good work here together. I do have a question, point of information for staff still, though. What I'm concerned about is in the amended amendment, the last addition of the wording on the motion regarding the what I would consider an additional report. Is that going to delay staff's ability to turn this around, the Kirby-Young amendment to the amendment?
Thanks, Chair, through you to the Mayor. It's a good question, Mayor. Again, we're processing this all in real time. I mean, I think to assess the feasibility of this concept, we're going to have to do a fair amount of the work on it, fundamental work. So, and appreciating, council's, what we've heard tonight in terms of council's interest generally, if there is something feasible here to work with to move that forward, we would take that into consideration. At this point, it's hard to say to what extent this becomes a kind of two-step process, and whether that delays us significantly or not. We'll have to. There's a lot of complexity here, as many members of council have noted, and we're going to have a lot of work to do to frame it up. And we'll do our best to move it forward as quickly as we can.
Thanks very much. I have another point of information, Chair Daisy-Nova, this time for Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Okay, go ahead, Mayor Stewart.
Hey, Councillor Kirby-Yung, in your amendment to my amendment, did you intend for this to go from a one-step process to a two-step process?
I have a point of procedure in answering that, Madam Chair, and the Mayor is referring it as my amendment, but my understanding is once it has been passed by council, it's the body of council.
Okay, I can correct that. The amendment that was introduced by Councillor Kirby.
And I believe that we've completed.
Oh, hang on. Councillor Kirby-Yung. Right? Councillor Kirby-Yung. Just need to know. First of all, before I answer anything, Madam Clerk, can you hear me? Because I'm in a completely quiet room and it says we're detecting background noise from your microphone.
Yes, we can hear clearly.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Yung, Mayor Stewart was asking a question. If you have a point of parliamentary procedure, that's different than a point of order. A point of order, I'd have to ask Mayor Stewart to stop. Where are we at on that? Mayor Stewart, I will give you back some time here. I apologize. I'll turn your timer off. Councillor Kirby-Yung?
I think that procedurally we're a little off kilter here because we had the discussion on the amendment already. And I think that council around the table expressed that it wanted to understand the feasibility of doing a pilot, to understand if it was going to meet the objectives. And we're going to see that participation. So I feel that that question has been asked and answered and council had that discussion.
Okay.
That's
not a point of parliamentary procedure, and that's not a point of order. So, Mayor Stewart, back to you. And Councillor Kirby-Yung, next time I'll call on you only if it's a point of order. If not, put yourself, or a point of procedure. But I'd like to know what it is, and please put yourself back on the queue. Mayor Stewart, is it fair to give you an extra 30 seconds, or?
Sure.
Do you remember? My apologies.
No, that's fine. Thanks very much. And again, I wasn't quite clear from Councillor Kirby-Young's answer. Is it your intention from the amendment to my amendment that you introduced? Did you want to change this from a 1 to 2 step process? And just for clarification for staff as they're trying to move forward, and I think for the public.
Councillor Kirby-Yung, do you want to answer that?
No, I don't think that we're following procedure, and I think we've already discussed the amendment.
Okay, so I've allowed points. I've allowed questions, so you're choosing not to answer it. Okay, Mayor Stewart.
I think we've had that discussion, and I answered it based on the intent of what the amendment was.
Okay, Mayor Stewart. Anything further?
I would just say I'm deeply disappointed of the attempt to slow down these.
Point of privilege pursuant to the same section the mayor cited earlier. I believe that's passing a person on notice.
A point of order in the procedural bylaw is different than a point of privilege. A point of privilege is if you cannot participate. A point of order would be, the things that I think you're trying to look for, and I'm not going to give you the section because I haven't given anyone else the section, Councillor Kirby-Yung, but if you want to take a look at it, I think the mayor had noted the section.
He had said 9.3, but I believe that that's impugning the motive, that it was an intention to slow it down, and that is not correct. It was an intention to ensure we're doing something that is going to be effective.
Are you asking me to rule on something? A point of order is not for you to explain yourself. Thank you very much. For anyone, thanks. Okay.
Thank you.
I think that I just caution all members of council. I know it's getting late. I know we're into amendments, and we're a lot more collaborative, I hear, than the debate maybe going on in the States right now. But just just hoping, Council, that we can all just maybe take a deep breath. I was hoping the 5-minute recess might just help there too, and move forward. I'd just like to remind every single council member, to be careful about how it might be interpreted, that you're impugning someone else's motive or their intentions, because that is not allowed under a procedure bylaw in 9.3, as both Mayor Stewart and Councillor Kirby-Yung have pointed out different times in the meeting. Mayor Stewart, I do owe you about 30 seconds here, so go ahead.
Yep, and Chair DeGenova, I'd just like to apologize and withdraw my comment, and that's it for me.
Okay. Perfect timing, Mayor Stewart. You didn't even need the extra couple of seconds. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to hand the chair over to Chair Fry, and I'm going to ask actually that the clerk kind of, and Vice Chair Fry decide how they want to manage the queue. And then when my timer started, Council, I'll just begin.
Sure thing. Clerk, if you can start Councillor or DeGenova's timer, please. Councillor DeGenova?
Okay, started now? Thank you. I was going to bring an amendment, but considering where we are with amendments to amendments, I'm concerned that this may get stuck in an area where I'm concerned that it may not happen as quickly as if it moved as a standalone program. So I wanted to speak to Councillor Dominato's motion and say that I was happy to second it. And I think that it is important that we talk about the missing middle, and maybe that doesn't bookend specific income. I have to say that I would have liked to have seen, I know we had a motion. It was myself and actually Councillor Bremner last term who'd moved forward a missing middle motion on affordable home ownership and expediting permits. And I know that, Councillor Bremner and I worked really hard on that motion, and that was one of the motions that kind of, also, I understand, encouraged the short program. So I just really wanted to thank staff and thank Councillor Dominato, thank Mayor Stewart for his addition to this, Councillor Boyle, Councillor Carr. I think we're all very collaborative here tonight. Councillor Swanson, Councillor Kirby-Yung. If I'm forgetting anyone who made an amendment, I apologize. But I think that, democracy is messy, and, housing is one of the most important, it's one of the most important priorities we have to face. And I think especially when we look at the next generation, and, I look, for example, at my own child, and will she be able to live in Vancouver? And I don't look at exactly, is she going to make exactly this many dollars in the census? I look at sort of, her generation is actually called the Alpha generation, and it's the children of the millennials. And when I think about that and I look at housing, it's what sort of legacy not only is this council leaving, but what are we leaving for others? And I think that fits into what we're trying to do with climate, what we're trying to do definitely in taking care of our city's most vulnerable and marginalized, and also in the scope and lens of public safety for everyone. So making sure everyone has a roof over their head and the supports they need is important. And the missing middle right now, they're missing because they're moving out of Vancouver, and we really do have a big hole there. So for that reason, what I will say is you all saw an amendment come through for me that would have us look at the BC Housing Affordable Home Ownership Program that Coquitlam and other municipalities are already using. But I think I'm just going to stick to the notice of motion I called. I didn't submit it thinking I'd bring it here, but I'll be submitting it soon just to look at, that is another way forward. I don't think there's a best way here. I think there's many ways. And I hope that together with all of those ways, we'll all achieve the same goal, which is to create more housing for those who currently can't afford to live in Vancouver. So thanks to everyone who contributed, and happy to support this. And that's all from me, Vice Chair Fry.
Hand the chair back to you.
Okay. Just give me a minute to pull the queue back up here, and Councillor Dominato to close on your amended motion.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. And I appreciate there's been a really rich discussion this evening around this motion. And what I hear is really thoughtful commentary from councillors about the necessity for us to work with our staff to enable and expedite more housing choices across the spectrum. And we've heard some speakers talk about it from an income perspective, and Councillor Swanson as well as housing diversity, which was the premise of my motion when I brought it forward, was to look at different housing choices and options. And there's some examples out there in terms of ground-oriented housing, townhomes, row homes, which we know from our Vancouver housing strategy, there's a shortage. We know that families, as you just alluded to, Councillor DiGenova, is that we want to enable our families to stay and to not leave the city. And so that was the premise. And I had indicated earlier that I wanted to have staff report back on what were potentially some options and opportunities within the Vancouver plan. It talked about, and thank you for Councillor Carr for amending it around in the context of COVID recovery, quick starts. And but given the intensity of the conversation this evening, and I heard a number of councillors asking questions about different amendments that were brought forward, I think that it would be collectively in our interest to refer the motion in its entirety amended to our staff. And the amendment you see before you includes integrating all of the concepts that have been put forward this evening into the consultation this fall. I understand we've just had a briefing yesterday on the Vancouver plan, and I understand staff will be bringing a report to council next week. And my understanding there will be neighborhood level community dialogues taking place in the fall. And I think that all of these concepts should be tabled as part of that consultation so that we can get feedback. And I'm proposing that staff report back to us in early Q2 of 2021 on all of the concepts of feedback, as well as any recommendations that they might have around enabling and expediting more diversity, affordability, and ground-oriented housing. And so I'm hoping that this captures the essence of some of the conversation, which I think was very thoughtful. I think that there's a lot of alignment, and I said that I was asked by numerous media outlets about the mayor's amendment that was coming forward, and I'd indicated I felt there was some alignment. And but I do think we need to make some room. We heard from public wanting to be able to provide input as well, and to around from a neighborhood planning perspective. And I think that this may satisfy a number of concerns, but also help us advance as a priority housing diversity in the city.
Great, thanks. I'm going to move us to Amendment Q. I didn't want to interrupt you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Carr, to the amendment, which I believe is a referral motion now.
Yes. Yes, I fully support this, and I thank Councillor Dominato for bringing it forward. And I fully support it because we do know as council that there is a new phase of the Vancouver plan that is upon us to start next month, and it will be engaging the residents of this city on issues around their neighborhoods, around complete neighborhoods in specific, but in many other aspects around neighborhood-based concepts. So I think it's a perfect opportunity. I've heard from speakers and just at large around the desire of the public to really consider these issues and ideas and projects in a way that they can, provide their own input, consider even additional ideas, but make it their own, and to really have council and staff listen to those ideas. So I think that this is the right way to go, and I'm very happy to see this brought forward. And I do want to note that it won't delay what's happening at all. We already have in the report through amendments, Q2 2021. So that's not changing the timeline at all. It's just allowing and enabling the actual ideas to come forward from the public on this.
I have a point of procedure. Mayor here. You're on mute, Councillor Dejanova.
Sorry, Mayor Stewart.
That's okay.
Point of procedure, yes.
So my point of procedure is looking for clarification before we vote on this, is that if something is referred, it's my understanding it's not approved by council. It's that it's almost like it's put on pause, it's sent back to staff, and then it comes back. So it doesn't necessarily set direction for staff. And I'm just looking for clarification.
Well, you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to step away, and I'm going to because this is a point of procedure, I'm going to reach out to the clerk on this, to your question specifically about what this says about council's approval of it and what the next steps and actions are to staff if it's referred on, given the language we have in front of us, because I wouldn't want to give you my own opinion on what happens when motions are referred. So just hang tight, council, and give me a moment, and I will be calling our deputy city manager and also looping in the clerk. Thanks. Okay, Council. I just want to make sure the clerk is. We have the clerk here as well.
Yeah, Chair DeGenova, yeah, we have quorum, so we're ready to go back again.
Great. And to the point of parliamentary procedure raised by Mayor Stewart, I'm going to ask, first of all, I want to say that it wasn't taken lightly. Talked to legal, also had Deputy City Manager and the clerk. And what I would ask, Madam Clerk, is if you would, from a procedure standpoint, answer that question.
Sure. Chair DeGenova, the language in the reform motion is a little bit problematic, and I don't think that was the intention. I think it's probably, the intent is there. The word amended motion, we currently don't have the main motion as amended voted on yet. I think the intent is we should probably have a word proposed amended motion. That's where we are. We haven't, council hasn't made a decision on the final amended motion. So the way it's worded currently, it's not possible because that's not on the floor right now. So once the council voted on the motion as amended, that completes the business for that item. If council wishes to refer it, it would be the proposed amended motion. That's the stage that we're at now. Hopefully that's clear for council.
Well, it was Mayor Stewart's point of parliamentary procedure. So I'm going to ask Mayor Stewart, is that clear for you?
It's not actually clear for me. My understanding of referral is we don't actually make a decision at what's at hand. We send it off to a committee or to a group or something like that for it to be considered. And then it's really brought back in the same form for us to finally vote on it. So if we refer it at this stage, we would not be making a final decision and wouldn't until, I guess, it weaves its way through Vancouver Plan.
Through the chair, if I can just add to that, the mayor is correct saying that if council refers back to staff, there's no action other than for staff to report back, and that's the language that's in the motion right now. But what's also problematic is the motion refers to amended motion. The motion has not been voted on yet, the main motion. So it's just problematic with the language missing a word in there. But yes, the mayor is correct. It's going back to staff for review, consideration, and then to report back again in whatever the timeframe that's specified in the motion Q2 of 2021.
Okay. Mayor Stewart?
Yeah,
Does
that's
that
pretty
answer
clear.
your question?
Yeah, that's pretty clear. Is that staff, from my reading of this, is like we wouldn't be making a decision tonight on whether to do any of this work.
Okay. So that's your point of procedure. You're on the queue, though, for when you do want to talk to this. So, my apologies. Just a moment. Councillor Boyle, you were on the queue. I saw that. My apologies. Then what I'll do is I'll take Councillor Hardwick off the queue and put her back on, and then I will put Mayor Stewart back on the queue as well. And then Councillor Dominato, you were on the queue after Mayor Stewart, correct?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you.
Okay, sorry, that was my error. And then what I'll do is advance Councillor Boyle. Councillor Boyle.
Thank you, Chair DeGenova. So I want to start by saying that this referral feels like it's coming a bit out of left field after many hours of many councillors bringing amendments forward and working together on finding amended language that might allow us to move something forward. I wish we had at least been discussing this 3 hours ago, but at this point, I certainly won't be supporting it. I think it's worth being clear that this will absolutely delay tangible action on this front. We've heard staff say that there's plenty of work to do in shaping this pilot, and adding it to a much larger project means that work won't get started anytime soon. I also just want to name my concern that we continue to add things to the Vancouver plan and see it grow larger and larger. And I would really hope that we are able to take some kind of tangible action on these critical issues that we know are facing the city, rather than continuing to expand that project in ways that we're not actually able to act on as a council. This council is earning a reputation for spending a lot of time getting very little done, and I'm finding it increasingly frustrating, particularly because we know that more than 800 detached homes per year are being torn down and replaced with newer luxury detached homes. This proposal in front of us is a very modest pilot project to test out some ideas and allow us to do something. I don't think that it's perfect, but I do think that we should try something and then learn from it and improve it and keep moving forward. This referral is the opposite direction of doing something. We can't spend 4 years doing nothing on housing. That's not what I'm here for. So I won't be supporting this clear delay in trying something new out, something new that we know is needed. Thanks.
Councillor Genova, are you still on the line?
Madam Clerk, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Thank you. So sorry about that. I was disconnected there. Just give me a moment my desktop was resetting there. Councillor Hardwick, to the referral motion.
Thank you.
Oh, and just a moment. What I'm going to do is, can I ask?
Reset my timer.
Can I ask the clerk? But that would bring us back to the main motion timer. So, Madam Clerk, should I reset the timers at this point?
Chair Nijima, no, we're in the amendment queue. Yes, sorry, my apologies. We should be resetting, yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to check because I know when I hit reset the timers, it resets all the timers. Okay, Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you very much. I'll support this referral. And the reason is because this will give us an opportunity to get the Housing Vancouver data that I've been trying to get my hands on now for quite some time. In order to be developing new policies, it's incumbent on us to know that we're operating from the best possible data and then go through a proper analysis and then work on new policies in that order. That's not what we're doing. We keep talking about emergencies and crises without actually having had the real data to be able to do that analysis and then come up with appropriate plans going forward. So I'm hopeful that this referral will provide an opportunity for staff to provide that much anticipated data so that this process can move forward. I'm a big supporter of innovation in housing. I'm a big supporter of what we're doing in neighborhood planning and community-based planning and having some nuance to what we do here. And it's really important that we do that based on the best possible evidence. So yes, evidence-based decision-making. So I'm hopeful that this referral, again, will provide an opportunity for us to get the data so that we can move forward with innovations in housing form and otherwise. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hardwick. Mayor Stewart.
Thanks. And thank you for the clarification on the point of procedure. We're almost 2 years into this mandate, and while we put 250 members' motions forward to this council, and we've had many staff reports back, I don't think anybody in this city that wants to purchase a home feels any relief. The only data we really need is that the average home in the city is well over $1 million, and that is out of reach for absolutely, 75% of this city. So we need to do something, and we have to do it before the end of our term. And I really see this voting for this referral as really a defining moment for this council. I don't want to be over dramatic, but if we send staff a confusing message to say, well, we'll get back to you and decide on this, it's the wrong message to send. The message we have to send to not just Vancouver, but the residents who are desperate here in this city is to say, we're going to try some stuff. And I think we did a lot of good work tonight and through the conversations in the last 2 years. And this leads us to a point where we have to make some decisions. And tonight is that decision. So I will absolutely not be voting for this referral. I think it is a mistake. I still believe in Vancouver plan. We have said all along that we would have off-ramps. But if Vancouver plan is just an excuse not to do anything, then I'm beginning to really question its merits. We need relief in this city for folks that are living below the poverty line, vulnerable populations. We need relief for renters. We need relief for those who aspire to buy a home in this city. And that's what I thought we were doing here tonight. And that's why I thought I'm flabbergasted that we would delay this myself. So I won't be voting for this. I think it's a huge mistake. It sends the wrong signal. If we can't even get a pilot project off the ground, how can anybody have any faith we're going to do anything to help those that are not afforded the opportunities they need in this city? So I won't be voting for this.
Thanks, Mayor Stewart. And my apologies, Council. Part of my computer is frozen. So are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Because I cannot hit my start video button. It won't let me again. So my apologies. I'll try and work that out while you're speaking, Councillor Carr. Go ahead. As long as you can hear me and I can see your timer, we're good right now. Thanks.
Yes, thanks so much. I agree with the mayor. This is a defining moment. This is a defining moment for this council. This is not about delaying anything. The timelines are absolutely the same. This is about whether this council wants to hear from the residents of this city and hear from them on issues that are of primary concern to them, which is the affordability of housing and the desire to have affordable housing in every neighborhood of this city. We have a process going on right now with the Vancouver plan and an opportunity to use that process, which we know is coming down right away, to have more neighborhood-based discussions with the public and bring forward their ideas. There's no more perfect example of an idea that has all of our ideas in it, all of our thoughts in terms of amendments, but no public input. And I just want you all to think so clearly about no delay, just giving the public a chance to have their ideas incorporated so that we are all together on this, us and the public. And I truly believe that the ideas will be very refreshing and exciting. I do have an amendment to this that I have forwarded, and it just simply addresses the concern that staff raised around the need to include the word proposed. So I've put that in the so that it's amended to say proposed amended motion. So staff, I don't see that you. I think I got an acknowledgement that was.
I'm going to move us to amendment Q2. Let me pop you on the amendment Q2 here. Councillor Swanson, is that a holdover?
Oh, wait a second. Ooh, am I not continuing to speak?
You can continue to speak. I just had a holdover in the queue there.
Okay. Okay. That's great.
There you go.
You know, and in terms of the fears that have been expressed that staff won't know what's the direction, they have followed what's happened today. They can see the amendments that came forward, the discussions, the unanimity on most of the amendments are clear unanimity. Some didn't pass for sure, but the vast majority were discussed and passed with near consensus. So they know that there is council support for this. What they don't know and what we don't know is how the public feels about this. And I am willing to bet that the public input is going to be invaluable to us and to staff on the work that we've just done today. That's it, Madam Chair. But I can't hear you.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Now you can hear me. Okay. I'm just going to take a moment before I move us to the vote because I have no, my connection has been lost. So can I ask for a moment here?
Chair DeGenova, are you still online? Chair DeGenova, are you still on the line?
Can you hear?
Yes, we can. Oh, we did hear you, but we've lost you again. Chair DeGenova, are you back on? I think you're muted. Maybe we can do an audio check for you. Can you hear us now? Chair DeGenova, are you on the line?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. Perfect. What I'm going to do, Council, my apologies, but just in case to get us through here, is I'm going to stop my video feed to see if that gives me a better connection, okay? So my apologies. I'll try to put it back up in a couple of minutes here, but I'm going to stop that just for now and see if that helps improve the connection. And Mayor Stewart, to Councillor Carr's amendment to the amendment, the referral amendment.
Yeah, I'm opposed to this, Chair. Here's the thing: if we don't refer this and we give we give staff direction, they go away and they come back with a report in the spring, and then we could get the pilot project off the ground by the fall. If we refer it, I doubt that there would be any pilot project until maybe 2022. So it's not that I don't want to hear from the public. That's not the case. Our normal processes dictate that we hear from the public, is that the staff would go away and do their regular consultation. They'd come back with a report. Then we'd come to council where we'd have all the public input that we normally have. People would have lots of advance notice to comment on a pilot project or pilot projects that staff are proposing. It would, if necessary, go through the whole public hearing process, which is very rigorous, and then we'd make a decision. However, this referral will mean that we really won't see anything until the next election. And that is not what people elected me to do. And I don't think that's what they want council to do. So I'll be voting against this this amendment to the amendment, as well as the amendment itself. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Dominato, can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry, no, you can take me off the queue there. I'm just prepared to vote. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Seeing no one else on the queue, I'm going to call a vote on the amendment to the amendment. Please vote on screen, Council.
And Chair, this is Councillor Bly. I'll need a vote assist in favor.
Yes, of course. Madam Clerk, could you please mark Councillor Bly as in favor, as she's requested? And apologies, Council. I'm just bringing up my own queue. There we go. Okay, and that passes with in opposition, Mayor Stewart, Councillor Swanson, and Councillor Boyle. And that brings us back to the amended amendment. Councillor Carr.
I'm fine, thank you.
Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I'm having a lot of trouble with this. I keep trying to increase affordability and failing. I keep thinking, we've spent over 3 hours on this now, and we're talking about increasing affordability options for people who are called the missing middle, 80 to 120,000, who, in addition to having that income, can afford a down payment, Councillor Bly says, of 130,000. So that probably puts them more up to the 120,000 rather than the 80,000 range. And I keep thinking of that these people have all kinds of options in terms of they can afford expensive rentals like Rental 100. They can maybe get a condo. They could get a laneway house. They could get into the...
Councillor Swanson, just as I wouldn't allow poor shaming, I'm not going to allow the shaming of any one group of person because of their income. So please, I'm cautioning you, Councillor.
They could get into expensive social housing, whereas other people, like over 2,000 precious human beings in our city, their only options are a tent or a storefront. And I'm trying to think, why are we spending all this time and why are we asking our staff to do all this work to create even more options for people who already have quite a few options? So I don't know. It's pretty hard to figure out what to do here. I wish we would prioritize the people who really need options and not spend so much time on people who already have quite a few. That's all for now.
Thanks, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Wiebe to the amended referral motion.
Yeah, thank you very much. Really appreciate the dialogue we've had today. I do think that there is better processes to have this type of debate to ensure that we are creating the policies that are needed to deal with the housing affordability crisis. I will be supportive. I do like that in the motion it does talk about this staying to the similar timelines, taking advantage of a consultation that's currently happening in this fall. The original proposal did talk about a report back. This does talk about a report back. So it's very similar, but it does allow the community to have an opportunity as part of this fall debate. And I really want to make sure that the Vancouver plan gets the public really behind it, recognizing they're going to have an opportunity to shape the city. I also like that it talks about enabling and expediting more diverse, affordable, ground-oriented housing choices. I like the fact that we talked about having front doors that are going to be accessible and visitable, which is something that the Person with Disability Advisory Committee has been fighting for years. And I think that there's a lot of amazing components to this that need to be brought forward. It talks about these concepts, but I'm really interested, and I have extreme confidence in our staff that have been working on this for a while and know where we're in, that they're going to bring back more ideas and more opportunities for us to look at what pilot projects can be done. So this doesn't stall the process. It allows more options, more diversity, more affordability to come to us, and we're going to have to make some big decisions in 2021. This is going to define our council, and I look forward to what that report back is, and really hoping that staff not only hear what's happening today, but have heard from the public. They've been working on this for a long time, and I'm really excited to see what they bring back to us so we can make the tough decisions and push the housing affordability so people of Vancouver can feel that we've delivered on what we've asked and what they've promised us and what we promised them in the election. Thank you.
Councillor Fry to the amended referral.
Oh, sorry. Thanks, Chair. I missed that I was next on the queue. I thought I wasn't. I appreciate the conversation that went on today. I really do need to highlight, though, that this process was deeply flawed. I think, the mayor's proposal as an amendment was an interesting one, but the fact that we didn't give the public an opportunity to even discuss it because of the process and because it was provided as an amendment, and we specifically precluded folks from being able to speak to it, I don't think that's a reflection of what our role is in a public hearing and in responding to concerns. I worry that similarly, our process as it is one by which we, as submitting member motions, are obliged to or obligated to supply it to staff, and staff come back with comments on the feasibility, on some of the technical considerations, on legal considerations, on what it might mean for land valuation, what it might mean for displacement of, say, renters, what it might mean spread across our geographic city, and where it might impact folks. And I think those are all important considerations that we hire an incredibly professional and competent staff to do. And by denying them the opportunity to feedback on that, I think is doing an injustice to staff and to our roles as councillors and in leadership of the city. So when I see this referral, I think reporting back in Q2 2021 with recommendations to enable and expedite more diverse, affordable, ground-oriented housing choices, I think that's a reasonable move. It allows us to do the appropriate work to make sure that we're considering what the implications might be by asking our staff to really do some of that work and do the public consultation. And I don't think public consultation necessarily means this is dead in the water because the public don't necessarily like it, but I want to get some of the feedback on it. I want to know where this is going to land in our city. I want to know how this is going to land in our city. I want to know if this is going to displace affordable rental housing in parts of East Vancouver where folks are counting on those, even though Councillor Swanson's excellent amendment really precluded and tried to suggest owner-occupied. I want to make sure that we know what we're getting into with this, because even at 100 pilot, I worry that this could land in one neighborhood and really have significant impacts. As much as we express concerns around what C2 would look like if we open the doors on C2 zoning in high streets. So I'm okay with this referral, and I think it's a good compromise. I do hope that we don't see this kind of process again where we're sort of shoehorning very new and significant ideas into motions on the fly that really don't get the appropriate amount of time for debate and decision and input from staff and the public. So I'm going to support this proposed referral. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me? I lost my connection. Unfortunately, I didn't hear one of those very eloquent words from Councillor Fry, but
I can hear you.
You can? Yes?
Yes, and I understand I've received a note from Councillor Dominato that she can't get back on the system. So while you're speaking, I'm
now back, Chair, just so you know. Thanks.
All right. Go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Okay, thank you.
Be back in a few seconds, too. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I've lost some of my screens, but as long as you can hear me, that's fine. In speaking to this, and I think Councillor Fry's made a lot of the points that I would have made, or at least the part that I heard. And I think earlier he talked about concerns with the process, which I shared, and sort of the Frankensteining of emotion. And I don't think we follow a good process here, but I think that's very important. But what's more important, I think, is about bringing forward solutions that we know, to put limited resources that we have, are going to be the most effective in tackling the significant challenges around affordability, because people are looking for that relief. I think that from a timing perspective, and I think that Councillor Reid spoke to this, this does connect into the Vancouver plan, but it has a very specific timeline to come back and look at the feasibility of a pilot. And I think that's identified. I think staff have heard this discussion and understood how fundamentally important that this is to councillors, but that we want to do something that's really going to matter. I think what's also really important here is balancing enough momentum and urgency with taking people along with us. And I think that the way this process has unfolded, and I think has not enabled that, and we do need the wind of people behind our sails if this is going to have the impact that we truly are aiming for it to have. I mean, I know that everybody spent a lot of time this week. There was a significant loss, and we spent a lot of time in U.S. politics, probably unfortunately more than at home. But it's worth noting that with the passing of Justice Ginsburg, one of my favorite quotes from her is, "Fight for the things you care about, but do it in a way that will lead others to join you." And if we want people to be able to actually pick up on a program like this and participate, they need to understand it. We need to know that it's feasible for them. We need to know that people will be able to get into the homes and sign up the down payment, that people will be, willing to go through the process. But we also need to respect the Vancouver Plan process. And I would actually agree with one comment that the mayor made earlier, that if we are going to completely run everything outside of the Vancouver Plan process, we might as well not have it, and just sort of start bringing forward and sort of ad hoc bringing process and policy forward. That's actually an attempt to develop meaningful housing policy across the neighborhoods in our city and bring people together doing it. And I think the balance around the conversation tonight has been trying to strike that appropriate mix between efficiency and effectiveness to meet the goals, keeping some momentum and timing without undue delay, but also doing it in a way that people will come along with us. Because one of the things that I'm hearing more and more is, and I think this is a pivotal moment, a pivotal tipping point, is that we're losing a lot of people. They're just not with us. They're not hearing themselves in this, and bringing things forward, unfortunately, in the way that this procedurally has transpired, has not supported that aim. And so I think that this is the best option to bring those pieces of timing, effectiveness, and people power together to actually try to do some good with policy here. And I do think, to Councillor Swanson's point, we were elected to represent 630,000 people across the city, and there are needs for all of them, and we need to deliver housing solutions and choices that are viable for everybody. Because when you lift some people up, then that frees up housing for others and so forth. But all of those needs are valid, and we need to be looking to try to support and deliver on those. So I also share the confidence in the staff that I think they've heard this conversation. I think it's an important one to have had, and I am really interested to see what they come back with and to get some social license to actually do something like this and move forward a little bit more boldly, which I think people will do if you genuinely ask them the question. And then that means they'll be willing to participate, and we'll get more folks that will actually take up a program or a pilot and hopefully see those results. So for that reason, I'm going to support this. Thank you.
Mayor Stewart.
I have another point of procedure that I'd like clarified. I'll
do my best.
Thank you. And hopefully the Deputy City Manager can answer this, is what's the difference between passing the motion as amended or essentially replacing it with this referral motion? What would be the...
It's a point of procedure, Mayor Stewart. Yes. So I would ask that it go to the clerk. If it was a point of information, I would send it to the Deputy City Manager. So your choice.
Absolutely. You're totally right. To the clerk. What is the difference in these two things? Is there a difference? Is this just semantics, or is this an actual difference procedurally?
Madam Clerk, could you answer Mayor Stewart? Thank you.
Yes, to the chair. The referral motion is giving direction to continue with more work and then report back to council. Whereas if council voted on the amended motion, it would be directing staff to take action. So one is actionable and the other one is actionable in a sense of reporting back to council with the results.
Right. Okay. So, Madam Chair, how I see this is, we can vote for action. We can vote to give staff concrete direction based on Councillor Dominato's excellent motion, and then a well-worked amendment that would, of course, go through the regular public process that all this is, again, the first would be a report back from staff in the spring, and then hopefully getting a pilot project off the ground by the fall, or not doing anything. Essentially, the city is exactly the same if we vote yes to this referral as it was at 6 o'clock when we started this. So I'm not going to be voting for this, and I'll be disappointed if it passes. Thank you.
Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And in the interest of brevity, appreciate the dialogue again around this. I think that Councillor Carr put it incredibly well in an articulate manner, that I think the public input will be invaluable on this. And actually, I think that the timing couldn't be better for this discussion in that we now know and have confirmation from staff that there will be a neighborhood and broader public consultation and community dialogues taking place this fall, and that all of the ideas that have been put on the table will be part of that. And I do agree that we have exceptional staff, and I think they will hear through the conversation today that the direction that council wants to go, and that we'll be able, through that public consultation session this fall, to come back and make recommendations, which may very well include pilots. It may very well include other measures that we haven't even thought about. And I don't agree that nothing is going to happen between now and the election. I think that this council has done a lot of heavy lifting. And to Councillor Swanson's point, yes, we actually do need to be focusing on our most vulnerable residents. And I would concur with her on that. And in fact, while we do need a spectrum of housing, and this was looking at a spectrum of forms of housing, a diversity of housing, we still have both residents and individuals who are precariously housed in Strathcona who are still waiting for us to take action. And I think there is action flowing from this motion, and I think that's very clear, and I think staff were clear on that. And I anticipate they will take all of the discussion this evening and embed it into the public consultation so that we can get the public feedback, residents' feedback, and bring back recommendations that all of council can get behind in the new year. And that's not very far off. And so I appreciate the dialogue this evening. And I think that I remain steadfast committed to housing diversity and stand by that. And that was what I hope to achieve through having staff come back with options for us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Dominato. And seeing no one else on the speakers list, I will call a vote on this amendment. Okay, and Councillor Fry has not voted. And just bear with me here, Council. Okay, and just a moment. All right, and that passes with Mayor Stewart and Councillor Boyle in opposition. Okay, Council, I also just wanted to note before we move on to our next item, as you know, we would need a motion if we were to move forward past 10 p.m., but we would need unanimous consent to be able to make decisions past 10 p.m. I also have conferred with the clerk, as I had mentioned I would do earlier, and the clerk has informed me we have a small window of time. I don't know, Council. I work well with challenges, so we would reconvene tomorrow for any business we didn't finish here tonight and at 1 p.m. But we do reconvene public hearing at 3 p.m. So that would mean we'd go until 2:30. We do have speakers to hear from as well. Madam Chair, am I correct that we are finished in voting on this? I want to make sure there's no other votes required.
On the refer motion, yes, we only had to take the single vote.
That's what I understood. I just wanted to make sure. Sometimes there are more than one vote. All right, Council, just give me one moment here. Okay, so our next agenda item, I just wanted to check our speakers list here. Our next agenda item is open option parking policy, moving on-site parking minimum housing pilots, which was moved by Councillor Kirby-Yung, seconded by myself, Councillor DiGenova. And just bear with me one moment. I'm just communicating here as well with staff. We do have a speaker ready. It's my understanding here. So just one moment, Council. And a speaker on the line here with us right now. And all right, so Madam Clerk, do we have Leonard Shine on the line?
Yes, we do.
Okay,
Go ahead,
and I understand that Leonard's representing the Board of Directors, Cambie Village Business Association this evening, and you have up to 5 minutes to speak to Council, and let me know when you're ready, and I will start your timer.
Councillors, I want to speak in favor of Councillor Kirby-Young's motion for an open option parking policy, removing on-site parking minimum requirements. First, I will speak in my role on the board of directors of 3 environmental organizations. I'm currently the vice chair of the David Suzuki Foundation. I'm the past chair of EcoJustice Canada and on the board of the Pembina Institute for Appropriate Development. Underground parking built with concrete is a significant source of carbon emission. All 3 of these environmental organizations believe that you cannot be successful with your climate emergency response and keep your minimum parking requirements. It's like our federal government signing the Paris Climate Accord and then buying the Trans Mountain Pipeline. Second is that the minimum parking requirements drive up the cost of housing, both rental and condos, as well as leasing commercial properties. I have been on the board of the Kitsilano Chamber of Commerce and the Point Grey Village BIA, and I'm still on the board of the Cambie Village BIA. When a developer builds residential property for rental or to sell, his or her total cost of construction, both hard and soft costs, as well as land costs, determine what he or she can rent or sell his or her property for. As underground parking is extremely expensive, it adds greatly to the total cost for the renter or the buyer. One reason that the Squamish Band and West Point Corporation can build all this affordable rental housing on their property by the Burrard Street Bridge is because they are only building 1/10 of the parking requirements of the city of Vancouver. And for commercial tenants, they, not the property owner, pay all of the operating costs for the underground or on-site parking, including security, heating, electricity, and taxes. Third, I want you to understand my experience operating movie theaters in Vancouver, including the Fifth Avenue Cinemas, the Park Theatre, Ridge Theatre, Starlight Cinema, the Varsity Theatre, and the Vancouver East Cinema. There's only been 2 neighborhood theaters built in Vancouver in the past 50 years. The Fifth Avenue Cinemas and the Cineplex Marine Gateway. When I and the property owner applied to build Fifth Avenue Cinemas in 1996, the city engineering department required us to build 6 levels of underground parking, even though we paid for 2 independent parking studies which recommended 2 levels of underground parking. The property owner would not build Fifth Avenue Cinemas if he needed to build 6 levels of underground parking because of the cost. We appealed to City Council, and your good judgment overruled the city staff and allowed Fifth Avenue Cinemas to be built with only 2 levels of underground parking. In the over 20 years of operating Fifth Avenue Cinemas, the parking lot was only filled 1 day a year. That's on Boxing Day, which is the most popular movie day of the year. I want you to think of the Stanley Theatre, the Rio Theatre, the Dunbar Theatre, the Vogue Theatre, the Hollywood Theatre. All were built with 0 parking, and yet they operated successfully for many, many years, which shows you how ridiculous the City of Vancouver's minimum parking requirements are for movie theaters. I would also want to talk about restaurants. On 10th Avenue, as part of the Point Grey Village Business Association, we had Bean Around the World, and they had some empty space behind their building, and they wanted to build an outdoor patio, but the city would not allow them to do it because they would have to add underground parking because they were increasing the seating. Luckily, the then mayor, Larry Campbell, was a patron of the Bean Around the World, and all of a sudden they were allowed to build that patio, and they've had that patio for a number of years, and there's never been a problem. We have restaurants on Canby Street that have empty space behind their building going to the lane, or they have a second floor with office space that's now vacant. They would love to have additional space to serve customers, but they're not allowed to because they would have to have underground parking because they have more seats. When doctors and dentists want to go into an office, into a retail space, former retail space, they're not allowed to because of the parking requirements, because they need more parking than an insurance office, for example. So I would like to end with Joni Mitchell when she sang the words, the song we all know, you know, they paved over paradise and put up a parking lot. So it's something that I would really love the City Council to support this motion by Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Thanks so much. And there are questions for you. But before we move to the questions for you from councillors, and there's 4 right now on the queue, I'm just going to announce, Council, that in conferring back and forth with the clerk, the best time to reconvene this meeting is 1 p.m. tomorrow, and we won't be able to get through the other items before us because we do have more speakers to this. So, Council, I'm going to let the speakers on other items for tonight know that we will reconvene this meeting at 1 p.m. tomorrow so that they don't have to hang on the line. So after this item, so if you're on the line for open option parking policy, removing on-site parking minimum housing pilots, we will go until up to 10 tonight, and then we can decide if we're going to hear from the rest of speakers on that if we haven't heard from everyone by 10, but we will not be hearing from speakers on the other items. So if you're on the line to speak to mental health and addiction reform and expert-led cross-jurisdictional task force, or if you're on the line currently or listening along to speak to short-term actions to preserve and expand access to mental health resources and housing in Grandview Woodlands, we will not be hearing from you tonight. So just wanted to let everyone know so they could plan their evenings accordingly. Now, Councillor Hardwick, you have questions.
That's a holdover.
Oh, okay. Councillor Card, did you have questions?
That's a holdover too.
Okay. And Councillor Swanson, is that also a holdover?
No.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Councillor Swanson.
Yes, I have one question that was raised by some of the emails that we got on this item, and that is, what do we do with the hopefully more electric cars that people start using that need to be charged, preferably at home or someplace, and need a spot to do that?
Well, I'll just speak from my own experience on that. It's not directly answering your question, but I have an electric car and I would like to charge it in front of my house, but it's I do have a lane, but I don't park in the lane because I live on a hill, and you know, I'd have to go up a lot of stairs to get to my house with groceries and things. So I park on the street, but the city does not allow us to put at our own expense, with our own meter, a outlet to charge our car in front of our own house because it's the city property between the sidewalk and the street. And I think that would be really helpful for people to be able to, in front of their own houses, that people who park in front of their own houses rather than in the lane or in the garage, to be able to do that. So if we change city bylaw on that, I would greatly appreciate it. And I have a number of friends who have electric vehicles, and they're in the same situation, that they're not allowed to have an electric charger in front of their own house. I think it's that we will be having more electric cars. This motion really takes away the minimum parking requirements, but anybody who's going to, it's just like when I talked about the Squamish band, they're going to put in parking. They're just not going to put in the amount of parking that the city bylaws would require, because I know there are going to be a lot of rentals. They're near public transportation. I know when I was sitting the other day on a bike path, and I saw so many electric bikes that people are having more of that option, and electric scooters going by. So I think it's important for environmental reasons that we promote that. And I don't think this motion takes away any of the existing car spaces, and it just will allow a developer to say, well, I'm going to have X number of affordable rental housing. I don't need to have 1.5 cars per, unit. I can, they will need less.
Can I ask another question?
No, you can't, because you have 10 seconds, Councillor. So, Councillor Kirby-Yung, questions?
Hi, Mr. Shine. Thanks for being here late. I have one question. When this motion was introduced last week, a couple of councillors referenced the fact that looking at the idea of parking minimums was contained in sort of the broader climate work that the city was looking at. But it's my understanding from staff that they're viewing that as more of a targeted view, to look at targeted areas of the city, as opposed to a more bold approach that this motion contemplates to do this citywide across the city. And that I think it is helpful for council to send a bold signal on that we want to expedite this work given the impact on GHGs, but also potentially on affordability. And you mentioned both for commercial as well as housing. Do you think that a bold approach to go citywide is important?
I do. And, at one time, if you look at the history of Vancouver, we had 15 neighborhood movie theaters, but the parking requirements have made it impossible to have neighborhood theaters anymore. So they're just really built in downtown or the suburbs. So, and I think, theaters in the neighborhood provide a good facility now, maybe not as much as in the past, but I think it's, just having operated theaters all through the city and the West End and stuff, that we need, I believe in the entrepreneur spirit of people, that they want to have customers, and they don't want to just I don't think we should just limit it to a few areas, because I think you'll find that all the BIAs would support this, because there's a lot of innovation that could happen with, there's so many different parking requirements. And I mean, when the parking requirements, 6 levels of underground parking. And we, as I said, we did 2 studies where the consultants went to people to movie theaters around town, and they didn't need it, and they were correct. So I really support your bold motion of doing this for the whole city. I could see a maximum amount of parking.
Can I jump in just with one more question, just before my time runs out? And that is, do you think also there's an additional lens to look at with your experience with the retail? And you mentioned, Point Grey and Cambie and Kits. Do you think that as we're seeing challenges, and inevitably not all of our businesses will survive, that this could provide some flexibility, like you said, about how those retail and commercial spaces are used by broader applications?
Yeah, and I think the city did such a great job by extending the patios and allowing those patios so quickly. And that really helped a lot of businesses. And I think this would help a lot of businesses, because I know we're talking to restaurants, and this is pre-pandemic, they would want to have more seats. They'd want to serve people. They employ more people, and they've got empty office space in their restaurants that they can't do anything with, because as soon as they put in more seats, it triggers, well, you need more parking. And I think you'd find
that's Councillor Kirby-Young's time, and that's all the questions there are for you. But thanks so much for being with us and for hanging in there for a long evening.
Okay, no problem. And I thank the councillors and the mayor for all the work they're doing to try to make this a better city for everyone.
Well, thanks. That's really nice to hear. Our next thanks is number 2. Robert Alder. So we have Robert Alder on the line.
He has not joined.
Okay. And do we have Bryn Davidson on the line? Speaker
Yes,
number.
I'm here.
Okay. Thanks for hanging in there. You've spoken to council before. You know the drill. You have up to 5 minutes, and there may be questions for you. Go ahead.
Thanks, everybody. I'm Bryn Davidson. I'm co-owner of Lane Fab Design Build. For the last 10 years, we've been designing and building homes and laneway houses throughout the city of Vancouver, and I want to just speak strongly in support of the motion. From our own personal experience, one of the reasons the laneway house policy was able to be successful was because we only were required to have one parking space. And at the time, they were debating whether it should be 2 or more. And that extra parking requirement would have really killed that housing program. And like the first speaker said, parking ends up being the tail that really wags the dog. And so many of our housing strategies, if we want to build, multifamily housing on small lots like the previous motion, we've got to deal with the parking. And this is critical. The other piece, in terms of my own experience working with owners and demolishing a lot of garages, is that most of these are not being used for parking. What I typically find is that people are using the public free parking, and then they're privatizing the benefit of that garage space for their own use, either as storage or as a studio or as housing or something else. And so when other kind of housing uses try to propose limited parking, there's often a lot of pushback and anxiety, but often it's from those same folks who are not using their own private property for parking. So I want to really just sort of highlight the fact that parking minimums are often about assuaging anxieties of neighbors about the use of that public resource, and that we really can't continue to just be a kind of fear-based approach to how we build our city. Next, definitely the carbon is a huge thing. Underground parking garages are like climate icebergs. We look at these nice green buildings above grade, but below grade is this massive hole filled with concrete and then filled with cars that burn gas. There is no way that we can meet our climate targets if we keep building this way. So from a big picture point of view, I'm really hoping that we can embrace this idea that we have as much parking today as we're ever going to need or ever should build going forward. And if we can just start to think about what that city looks like in terms of the type of housing, the type of transit, the type of services that we need to create, if we don't keep just building more parking, that's the type of future that I'm hoping that we can build together. Thank you.
Thanks. And do you have questions from Councillor Kirby-Yung? Councillor Kirby-Yung?
Hi, Mr. Davidson. I'll ask you the same question, and thanks for being here also, but I'll ask you the same question I asked Mr. Shine, and that is around versus what's contemplated, my understanding staff have advised back, which is more of a targeted approach. Do you think it's important to be bold and to move this forward in terms of the climate actions that the city can take that would have the most significant impact? And that we send that statement?
Absolutely. We need to be bold. We need to do this citywide. There are other cities that are doing this. They're taking the bold statement or taking the bold step of doing this. And I think what we'll find is that it triggers a whole bunch of innovation in ways that we're not even expecting. And that's why we need to take these sort of broad systemic approaches as opposed to being incremental and sort of neighborhood by neighborhood, because there are so many different ways that this is connected to the way all of our city is built.
Okay. And another question, because, in the conversations, a lot of it is focused, and appropriately so, around climate and the impact of GHGs and the fact that, we need to reduce those. And this is, embodied carbons and parking is a significant part of that. The motion also tries to speak to the other part of the equation in an effort to bring more people along. And that's really on the economic impact as well as the environmental benefits, and getting information back around how that might impact affordability. Do you have any comments based on your building experience around how you think this could impact affordability on housing, whether it's rental or owned?
Yeah, I mean, my understanding, and I don't build large-scale housing, so I don't build underground parking garages, but I believe there's something on the order of like $80,000 or something like that per underground spot. So it's crazy expensive, and the idea that we would try to do anything with some kind of affordability tag to it, and then also have a minimum parking requirement is nuts. I think we should look at minimum parking requirements for accessibility spaces. We should increase the flexibility in terms of how we can arrange parking for electric car charging. because our flexibility is not very good right now with the design guidelines. But we definitely need to just get rid of the minimums and let the market provide as much as is needed and as little as is needed.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much for being here. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, thanks so much. And there are no more questions for you. Thanks for joining us. And in the spirit of the pilot that we are moving forward with, I will just ask if Robert Alder is on the line. Do we have Robert Alder on the line, speaker number 2?
No, he has still not joined.
Okay. And that was all of the speakers to this motion. Council, as noted before, 10 p.m., we would have to end the meeting if we didn't have unanimous support. So I encourage everyone to be efficient, and we'll deal with it a few minutes before 10. But I'll move us to the main queue here, and I'll just clear that off because I think that needed to be reset. And Councillor, I'm sorry, Councillor Dominato, were you intending to speak to this? Are you on the queue for this?
No, sorry, Madam Chair, it might be a holdover. Thanks.
Okay, I'm just going to clear the queue. Okay. Councillor Kirby-Yung, you had moved this motion. Did you wish to speak to it?
I'm conscious of time, so I'll be brief. I think I've sort of spoken to it in my comments, and I think that we can take a bolder approach on this than is currently contemplated. And that's really what the motion asks to do. It is exploring and reporting back on those options, and it does ask for sort of the affordability impact as well. And the one thing I would note, I think is really fundamental and critical, and this also came from some great feedback with staff and their support, was that there's engagement with the city's accessibility task force, persons with disabilities, and the seniors advisory committee to ensure that we are taking those needs into account and ensure that accessibility can be met. So I will keep it brief and late hour and leave it there.
Okay. And Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you very much. I'll go along with this because it's exploring.
I'm going to reset your timer there, Councillor Hardwick. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I have some concerns about this that I think need to be voiced. Notwithstanding the comments about concrete and the impact on GHGs, et cetera, there is no question that parking requirements are factored into land costs by developers in their pro formas. And getting rid of parking is not going to make housing cheaper. Developers don't pass along their savings. They have no interest in doing so. They charge the highest price they can obtain. So I caution us.
Hardwick, I'm going to continue in what you say about a group of people.
I am not talking about anything personal here. I'm talking about business practices, and that's just the way it is. So I just don't want people to have expectations that this is going to bring down the cost of housing. On the subject of vehicles generally, we are seeing, of course, a movement away from fossil fuels and towards electric cars. And those electric cars are going to need parking in the future, more, not less. And that's going to be, across the board in whether it's on the street or below grade in parking garages. So we need to keep that in mind. Things may be changing and changing for the better. I think we're all very supportive of electric cars and moving in that direction, but we're still going to need places to park. And it's ultimately, I am concerned, as I'm hearing discussions at the city, that all parking on the streets will become pay parking, starting with downtown and then spreading around the whole city. And so expectations that there's going to be public free parking that people are going to park in rather than parking in their own underground parking, for example, I think is not taking into consideration the direction that this city is going in terms of its expansion of pay parking on every street in the city. So these are all considerations that I hope that staff will take. I know this is saying elimination of minimums. I'm not persuaded that we shouldn't be looking at this in a more granular way taking into consideration some of the points that I've touched on here this evening. Thank you.
Councillor Boyle, to the motion.
Thanks. I'm very happy to support this. As it's been named, it's a kind of broad direction that has been supported by council through the climate emergency work. But I do think we are capable of both continuing that big picture work and moving pieces forward, and knowing a lot of that work's coming back to us in about a month. I'm quite happy to see council already be advocating and moving forward on one of the pieces of it. That next report will include a number of pieces, but this is certainly an important conversation, and so I'm happy to see it moving forward through the climate emergency work and through the ambitious and specific advocacy of this motion, as well as council signals that these are issues we need to deal with. We need to really rethink the dominance of the private automobile in the way that we design our transportation systems and our homes. So I'm happy with the direction that this is going, and look forward to hearing back on this piece and also how it fits into all of our climate emergency efforts.
Councillor Swanson.
I just submitted an amendment. I hope we can just pass it or defeat it and get on with things. I'm just concerned that developers will just keep the extra money they get from not having to have parking. And I would like to see if staff can think of some ways that lack of costs for parking could be somehow parlayed into more housing affordability, at least when housing is what's being built rather than, say, offices or movie theaters or something.
Okay, I'll move us to amendment queue, and I don't want to jinx it, Councillor Swanson. It's up to all of you how long this takes. All right. Councillor Swanson, did you have anything more to say?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Councillor Fry.
Just a quick comment in support of this amendment. I think it's a fantastic idea, and I think it's really important to recognize what reducing these expenditures could mean for housing affordability rather than just increased profits for developers. So thanks, Councillor Swanson.
Okay, and I am, yeah, okay. Councillor Kirby-Yung? Just about to call
Yeah, very quick.
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, very quick comment, and I appreciate the amendment from Councillor Swanson. I will also support it. I will note that the motion does ask for advice back on how it moving forward more boldly like this could support affordability. And I did contemplate and discuss with a number of people in the industry whether or not to have an amendment that spoke around policies to transfer monies into more affordability for units, that kind of thing. But I kept the language high level. But I think that there's some language in the motion already that speaks to it. But I think Councillor Swanson sort of augments or emphasizes that. So I'm happy to support it.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Yung. And Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Worried that we may not get through what we need to get through by
maybe we will.
Time.
I mentioned it.
Excuse me. I'm going to move a motion to extend past 10 o'clock to complete this item and refer items 6 and 7 to the reconvened meeting tomorrow at 1.
Okay, I'd already mentioned that we didn't need to refer it. It would just be at the reconvened meeting, but there's a motion on the floor and we need unanimous consent for that. So I don't see anyone else on the queue.
Aye.
Aye.
Excuse me, hang on. I haven't quite called the vote yet there. Okay, I'm going to call the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, any opposed? Okay, hearing none opposed, we don't have to take a recorded vote, which might take as much time as the entire thing. Thank you very much. Councillor Carr, did you want to speak to this?
No, I'm just fully in support. I think it's a great idea, and I love the amendment by Councillor Swanson.
Okay. Then I'm going to call the vote on this, seeing no one else on the queue. So the amendment moved by Councillor Swanson. Please vote on screen. Okay. And I'm just waiting, Mayor Stewart. Do you need a vote assist?
I don't see Mayor Stewart on the line anymore. I think he might have dropped. Maybe just give it a minute to call back in.
Okay. Thank you very much. And can I ask the clerk if you've reached out to Mayor Stewart?
Chair DiGenova, can you hear me?
I understand that Mayor Stewart it has asked to be marked as absent from the meeting.
I was just checking. This is the clerk here. I've just
heard from him. I've just heard from him. So, yes. Okay. So we will move it ahead. Okay. And council, that passes with unanimous support. And now we're back to the motion as amended. Councillor Swanson, anything further?
Nope, that's good.
Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm wondering if through you I could ask a question of the city manager, point of information.
Well, we have the deputy city manager, Paul Mokry, with us tonight. And
that's indeed, that's what I meant. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
I'm wondering, because this is something that we've been asking about for a while and variously talking to staff, and we were expecting a report back next month on parking minimums and maximums in response to climate emergency. Does this motion, will this delay that progress? Are we still on track for having that report back regardless of this motion and any additional work it may impart on that work, on the workflow that staff are on now?
Through you, Chair Genova. And I apologize, Council. I don't know the full content of that report, but I would expect that if staff have been working on it, you'll get a report back on the work that's been done. Obviously, we'll be taking this into account, and there's other additional clear direction here if Council proceeds with this motion. But I would expect that we will, if there's been work done, we would attempt to kind of bring that forward in that climate emergency report back. So I don't think we're derailing anything here.
Okay. Yeah, that's a concern, because I know that we're expecting this back next month, and if we're adding a different trajectory, I don't want to see that work get derailed. Okay, appreciate that. Thank you, Deputy City Manager.
Okay, and that's good for you. You don't have any more comments, Councillor Fred? Yep. Okay. Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, I will be supportive. I am concerned as well. I know sitting on the Person with Disability Advisory Committee for the last 6 years, this has been brought up 3 to 4 times, and we've had really good debate on reducing parking minimums across the city and what that would be like for the accessible community. So to see it restart that process, I know there's some concerns from the Person with Disability Advisory Committee that they've already had a lot of input and they're waiting on a report back. And so to start the process with the new system brought forward was a bit concerning for the committee. I will be supportive because I know we have a report coming back next month, and this is could hopefully just build on to that. But I am concerned that we are going backwards when we've gone so far down this process, and this has been going on for over 3 years.
And that's all of your comments? Councillor Wiebe? Okay.
That's all my comments.
Just wanted to make sure. Didn't want to kick you off the queue without asking. And seeing no one else on the queue, we can vote on the motion as amended. So I'm calling the vote, Council. Please vote on screen, and I'm going to register my vote as well. And then, Council, that, just a moment. That passes with no one in opposition. Okay. And Council, just a reminder, I just wanted to check with the clerk that tomorrow we will come back to hear from speakers on the last two items that are referred as per the agenda, which were referred items. Let me just bring this up. Just a moment, Council. They were referred items number 5, referred items number 6 and referred items number 7. So number 6 is mental health and addiction reform and expert-led cross-jurisdictional task force. And 7, short-term actions to preserve and expand access to mental health resources and housing in Grandview Woodlands. And that will reconvene at 1 p.m. tomorrow. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, this is the clerk here, and yes, that is correct. You will require a motion to recess.
Okay, motion to recess? Do I have a motion to recess?
So moved.
Thanks,
Councillor Carr.
Councillor Carr, I'll just go with yeas and nays. All in favor, please say yay or aye. Yay. Any opposed? Great. Thanks, Council. Thanks for pulling another long night here, and maybe some of us will go and watch the debate, but we're in recess now. Thanks so much.
Thanks, all.
Good night.